Yes, yes. Oh, so beautiful, actually. Teaches me well. Yeah, I should really well. Thank you very much. And you? I look Tunisian. You look, yeah, you look. I want to look Tunisian. You look Tunisian. You look Tunisian. And you look very beautiful. Thank you. I'm Italian, it's the Mediterranean blood. Yes. عايشة شحال كبار. عايشة. أهلا وسهلا. أهلا وسهلا. Okay, nice to see you. Good morning. I just need the program. بعد نهار نرجع.
نظام على انا حاخذ لا 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 حسابي
Yes, but with bad accent.
That's what that means. Charming.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
شيء زوين واخا عندنا جو لندن دابا ماشي جو مراكش هي اللي كانت جبتنا مع هذا الجو في هادو المشروع على تحت الطابلة سيدي نشوف Okay.
في مدينة مراكش التي تستضيف المتنوعية والمواد، والذي ينظم شراكة بين المركز الوطني للبحث العلمي والتنمية والمنظمة العربية لشبكات البحث والتعليم وبدعم من بعض المشروع بيوم الكونكتيف. يسعدني الآن أن أدعو الدكتورة جميلة العالمي مدير المركز الوطني للبحث العلمي والتنمية لإلقاء كلمة افتتاحية المؤتمر. تفضل مشكورا.
شكرا أستاذ مهدوش. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السيد المدير التنفيذي للمنظمة العربية لشبكات البحث والتعليم مصرين، السيدات والسادة نواب رؤساء الجامعات، السيدات والسادة المديرين العامين، السيدة مديرة مشروع أفريكا كونكت 3 من الاتحاد الأوروبي التي تتابعنا عن بعد، السيدة مسؤولة العلاقات الخارجية بالشبكة الأوروبية جيون، السيدات والسادة الأساتذة الجامعيين، زملائي الأعزاء، أيها الحضور الكريم، يطيب لي أن أعبر لكم عن مدى سعادتي باستضافتكم في هذا المؤتمر الوطني المنعقد تحت عنوان دور الشبكة الوطنية للبحث والتعليم في تشجيع وتحفيز الابتكار من خلال البنيات التحتية الإلكترونية. كما أود أن أشكركم على تلبيتكم الدعوة، متمنية أن يكون هذا اللقاء منطلقا للمزيد من التعاون بين الفاعلين في هذا المجال على الصعيدين الوطني والدولي. حضرات السيدات والسادة، يحتل المركز الوطني للبحث العلمي والتقني مكانة مهمة داخل المنظومة الوطنية للبحث العلمي والابتكار، حيث يتولى النهوض بالبحث العلمي وتنميته وتحسين قيمته، لا سيما من خلال تنفيذ برامج البحث والتطوير التكنولوجي في إطار الاختيارات والأولويات التي تحددها السلطة الحكومية الوصية، المساهمة في نشر المعلومات العلمية والتقنية ونشر الأعمال البحثية والرصد التكنولوجي، دعم وتقوية البنية التحتية الوطنية للبحث العلمي، وكذا إبرام اتفاقيات وشراكات تهم البحث العلمي مع المؤسسات والمنظمات البحثية العامة أو الخاصة. كما يضم المركز العديد من الوحدات الهادفة إلى تشجيع البحث العلمي والابتكار، إذ تظل الشبكة الوطنية للبحث والتعليم مروان إحدى أهم هذه الوحدات بالنظر لما تطلع به الأدوار في سبيل تطوير المنظومة الوطنية للبحث العلمي، لا سيما عبر تقديم الخدمات الإلكترونية أسوة بمثيلتها في الدول المتقدمة ذات الإمكانيات العالية، وتمكين الباحثين من المشاركة في البرامج والمشاريع العلمية والدولية، خاصة بعد ربط الجامعات بالشبكات الأكاديمية الدولية مثل الشبكة الأوروبية جيون. حضرات السيدات والسادة، لقد عملت الشبكة الوطنية للبحث والتعليم خلال السنوات الأخيرة على تطوير مشروعين مهمين أصبح اليوم من الدعامة الأساسية للبحث العلمي بالمغرب، ويتعلق الأمر تطوير مشروع ربط جميع الجامعات ومؤسسات البحث العلمي، والبالغ عددها 240 مؤسسة بالشبكة الوطنية للبحث والتعليم. وقد تم هذا الربط عبر خطوط الألياف الضوئية ذات الصبيب العالي الذي يصل إلى 10 جيجا بت في الثانية. أما المشروع الثاني فيتعلق بإحداث مركز الحساب عالي الأداء HPC بهدف تمكين جميع الباحثين المغاربة من الخروج عن بعد والحصول على إمكانات الحوسبة والتخزين الضرورية لإنجاز بحوثهم العلمية، حيث توفر هذه البنية 1670 معالج CPU بقدرة حوسبة تبلغ 122 تيرا فلوب، وسعة تخزين تبلغ 400 تيرا بت، بالإضافة لتوفيرها لأكثر من 300 تطبيق ذات المصدر المفتوح. أيها الحضور الكريم، إنه مما لا شك أن فيه أن هذا المؤتمر سيشكل على مدى يومين مناسبة سانحة لترسيخ جذور الصداقة وتوطيد قيم وروابط الشراكة والتعاون، كما يعد محطة مهمة من محطات تعميق النقاش والتفكير والحوار وتبادل الأفكار والخبرات والتجارب لتوسيع آفاق التعاون بما يخدم التطلعات المستقبلية لكل دول المنطقة في تحقيق التنمية والتقدم المنشودين. وقبل الختام، يطيب لي المنظمة العربية لشبكات البحث والتعليم مصرين الممثلة في شخص مديرها التنفيذي السيد يوسف طرمان على مساهمتهم القيمة في تنظيم وإنجاح هذا المؤتمر. الشكر موصول أيضا للشبكة الأوروبية جيون في شخص السيدة أنجليكا سارتوريني التي هي مديرة مشروع أفريكا كونكت 3 بالاتحاد الأوروبي. كما أشكر السيدة إلغا سبيتالر مسؤولة العلاقات الخارجية لجيون من خلال العديد من المشاريع التي كان آخرها مشروع أفريكا كونكت 3. والشكر موصول كذلك للجنة المنظمة لهذا المؤتمر على الجهود المبذولة طيلة فترة التحضير. وفي الختام لا يسعني إلا أن أتمنى لأشغال هذا المؤتمر كل التوفيق والسداد، وأنني أطلع بكل ثقة إلى ما سيسفر عنه من مبادرات جديدة ومبتكرة من شأنها تحقيق التقدم والتنمية التي ننشدها جميعا. شكرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
شكرا لك. وهنا نبدا المشكل تاع التكاليف التي تستخدم وسيله لشبكه الكهرباء. لابد مثلا ضروري لاصطناع المساحه المشروع. بهذا المناسبة أيضا أريد أن أحيي الأستاذ المركز السابق دكتور سعيد المقابي صاحب فكرة شبكة مروان والذي يعود إليه الفضل في خروج هذا المشروع إلى الوجود راجيا من الله أن يشفيه ويعافيه. أما الآن فيستوي أعلن المهندس يوسف طرمان مدير المنظمة العربية لشبكة البحث والتعليم لإلقاء كلمة.
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum. I'm very myself to speak English, but because some participants, I will try to speak in English and Arabic, so I hope I will send the message. Welcome everybody, and thank you for participating and joining us. Thanks so much for Marwan and Siraj for hosting us in this event. This is the main picture of the you see Marwan, you see Siraj, also European organization. Because this event is supported by African community, so I have to go on this slide now. We have been yesterday, Siraj and Marwan, and we were very proud of what we have been doing. So we were, I would like to thank Dr. Jamila for I would like to thank Dr. Jamila for the hospitality and this is us at the office. And we have a picture of the office. And also we admire the work of the Marwan team. The other one is the experience with this picture. Because if you look at the set, you will see that here, you can see that at this point, Marwan is connected to us. So the cable is going from that point to us. So just okay. So thank you everyone. I also have to start my presentation with slides about this. I think I don't need to go through these slides because we know what I have is I don't have to go start. This is the structure. presentation without this slide. Now, ASEAN. ASEAN is not at the heart of the globe, it's at the heart of the Arab region. So ASEAN is the Association of Arab Universities and Arab Emirates. So it's the region that works for the Arab region. It has been launched and endorsed by the Arab states, and actually our other region that is the Secretary General of the Arab states. This is endorsed by the Arab states, European Commission, the Association of Universities, and by the Arab regional organizations. Our mission and vision are all around establishing the good infrastructure and to make sure that the technology and the resources available to the communication to the regional and national research and education. The most important thing is that Marwan and Jilin are the main form of advocates partners of ASEAN. So ASEAN started with two pillars, Marwan and Jilin. And again, I thank Marwan and Celeste for that. We have three objectives. Again, I don't want to spend most what we are for. We are for establishing mainly three activities. I will start with two because it's more important than one. Our second objective is about making sure that we have good interest in our region. Because, you know, when we started ASEAN, there were only around 7 interests in our region. Now there are around 15. So we supported the government to establish our countries, establish their interests and sustainability development. There are many challenges facing us and facing them also, but we are taking this as a main objective and responsibility. The first one is about the regional research and education development of our region. We have many challenges which I don't expect the platform to mention that, starting from monopoly, from pricing and sometimes political support. But we are doing good. We have marvelous center, exchange point, and center of services that will be presented by my colleague in one of the sessions. The third objective is about facilitating for good research and so to access to this network through services to facilitate conferences, knowledge sharing, and engagement with presenters. This is why we talk about our main areas of organization. So, mainly our main organization is research and education networks, dedicated research and education services like the role of access and the game and so on. Science cooperation, community engagement, scientific community, and development, science, and development. These are our main areas of intervention. The good thing in our region is that we are important. If you look at now, as I said, if you look at what we did when the semester was started, despite good golden 7, as I said, now you see it's more related and more on the road. So we have progress actually in the Arab region, but still there are challenges. Every country has its own challenges, and every country maybe has some of them are not well resourced, some of them are well empowered. We are handling that problem without the problem. This is, for example, what we are doing now. We are supporting Marwan to be more exposed to the research and education communities, and also the research and education communities know what it is to how they can make use of Marwan. As a I think we are partnering with the world. We have partnership agreements. We have MOUs with many institutions. Not actually that how we have in mind to add. We have recent also cooperation with many organizations. At least you can see that we have many projects. We have many projects in the initiative and also many organizations. So I think we are able to support you as long as we are recognized and we advise us to go. This is like what's all was like intention because it's a project that started actually in 2004 until now, and actually until last year, but we are very important now is Africa connectivity project. Africa connectivity project is funded by and we have our police committee always meeting after this project, what are their perspectives and future. It's 37 million, the local solution is contributing 80% and the mission is paying 20%, the one is paying the share. It's the details of the project. I think what is most important is that we have big clusters because it's covered for Africa. We are, as I said, responsible for North Africa. We have one entire export, West Africa, East and South Africa, and we have one for West and Central Africa. We have we have several opportunities around outputs. One is about studying it could be on healthcare, developments, and many things. So I listed some of them, which is infectious disease. I think feminists are supporting this disease, maybe directly or indirectly, outcome that is like science development, open science, open access, I think that's something that we need to take care of, to pay attention as feminists. Science communities and community practice, science community, science collaboration platform, internet access, security and governance. I think this is, for me, as a for engagement at least of evidence. That's why we set a program to join the magazine that is a program. I think I will invite you and what evidence can do beyond the connectivity and basic services. So that also we mentioned what we call the Muslim declaration. Muslim declaration is initiative that promoting and supporting the political institutions. I mean, student ministers, for example, public organization, legal states, and so on. That there is a need for supporting business, either with sustainability in my also. It's called as we set out to all countries and share with many organizations. Now, last is now we are, I call it the next doors of the cloud. What are concerned with you in terms of cloud services? So we established our own cloud, it's a private cloud, we have a weekly report for that. But at the same time, we are trying to explore with cloud providers how we can enhance and expand our service, cloud services to, it could be through them. I would like to thank Operate, you will have also, you will have two presentation about Operate, which is European open science, open cloud for environments. Supporting us in actually to generate and solutions. So we are thinking seriously about the cloud. We have taken it further. That of course is based on the needs and what the service delivery adapt and so on. We are taking this in many meetings and many brainstorming. Now we believe that evidence support of disease either directly or indirectly. And I want to Palestine and other things from Woodland Alliance, White and Algeria are trying to prove that through several activities, and they will be conducting a workshop during the Alliance conference in Botswana. You are invited to participate, and if you have any question about that, this means that you see people who evidence are very important for achieving this disease through arguments and through evidence. Now, for open science, we are doing similar activities. We have part of research, which will be presented by my colleagues for the slide. But I think that we are doing great performance with UNESCO, and we are also signed an agreement with ASEAN and UNESCO together with the Association of Universities, Federation of Scientific Research Council, these are the regional, and we are thinking of counterparts in each country, so that we all together take open science beyond because it's not easy for one person or one organization or one country to handle. So we are taking that to all together at the political level, regulatory level, the data and so on, technical level, and also user level. For that, actually, ASEAN has been one of the conveners for science cooperation in general, and every one of the science summit this year and last year. Two sessions, one will be for and the other one will be for our science cooperation summit, which has concluded last week. to facilitate science cooperation and be taken to action to bring science communities together and also to make open science another dimension to facilitate and enable science cooperation. The good thing is that it was attended by 4 ministers from Oman, from Palestine, from Somalia, and also the new Palestinians was there, the Religious Council, the Religious Council, the UNESCO was there, and it's very highly written session that concluded that we need to work together to establish the science dialogue and to facilitate science cooperation and provide further services. We are now getting ourselves to the next year. By the way, this summit is conducted through the United Nations General Assembly. So for this year, last week we will be the General Assembly of the United Nations. Next year will be September 2023, will be the 75th one. But the good thing that is there will be the United Nations will be conducting the Future Summit. And the Future Summit is coming with 3 main themes: sustainability, solidarity, and science. So science now is a priority of the United Nations. That's why we are taking on science cooperation, science collaboration, and science dialogue, and science diplomacy in some cases is needed. Taking science cooperation further, we have signed Catalyst Declaration. Catalyst because Catalyst is a city in Poland where we are gathering all together in Catalyst to discuss how we can support Earth observation community, which is one of the largest communities around the world. So we agreed to cooperation with Latin America through Great Ghana, which is the regional network of Latin America, GEAN for Europe, and ASEAN for the region and also Africa, to establish cooperation on providing mechanism and infrastructure and technology to support observation activities and programs. It's a long list, but I think I will share how we will do to see what we are going to do in terms of supporting observation. And we are now trying to do something similar to climate action and other communities that are just so this concludes what we call science cooperation priorities. We have this slide is not mine, it's not me. Louis is the CEO of I like this slide, so I keep it in my slides. We put science priority to support the cooperation into the regions. Another thing is very important is that we have signed we are thinking for the future now. We are discussing together with the contribution with Emirates and also with GEAN and how we can take so there are ideas that to speed at high speed. Now, for example, one million per second. Now the proposal is 200 million per second. So we are discussing that with the contribution and GEAN and also with this. We are engaging more than this. So I think the future is becoming really coming to opportunities for you who will realize good value where you can access whatever you want, especially those who need air observation, satellite imaging, satellite broadcasting, and so on. ASEAN is coming here with 4 people. Mr. Turma, that's me. Ryan, please, Ryan. Ryan's mainly working for open science and science and open science also. Please, if you have a question, you will be presenting, but I introduce him to be prepared to discuss with him again. Rico is our technical expert. He is responsible for cloud network as well, and our cloud management. He will be doing some presentation, but again, he is ready for that. Yasmin also is our communication and public relations. She's more than that. She can speak about SDGs, she can speak about So we are, four of us are ready for the night, for the day tomorrow to discuss everything. We are very glad to be with you and also to discuss. This is what we are inviting you to discuss with us. Otherwise, I will continue. Finally, this one is around the conference, so it's we have another conference in the year. We have our own conference in Casablanca in 2015. Maybe we can come back soon to that again. This is usually December, 30 December, so we are all invited. We share the details and registration fees with you and the call for participation and the sponsorship to the people we share with you. That's my message. So thank you very much for learning. So the next speaker I was speaking about, our next speaker is she's Angelica Samuel, she's from the European Commission. She will present. Good morning, everybody. She's from DG
حيث كانت مصحة الفكرة آمن بها الكل وعندما كان الجميع يظنها مستحيلة وجاب العالم العربي طرق للحصول على الدعم المعنوي لولا صبر المؤتمرات هذا أظن أن أصلا كان سيرا.
Let me know when you're ready from your side. I hope you can hear me well. Let me open my camera. Fantastic. Dear speakers, dear participants, good morning. I hope you can hear me well. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Azra and Marwan for inviting me to this very important regional conference, even if it's remote. It is a pleasure indeed to represent the Director General in charge of international partnerships of the European Commission and give my contribution to this discussion today. As we all know, in the last couple of years, we have witnessed how the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the relevance of digital tools, infrastructures, and really the need to share and reuse research data to address global challenges. Maybe a little background from the European Commission side. Since 2019, digital science, technology, and innovation have become main priorities for the European Commission, both within the EU, but also in the frame of international partnerships. And the EU really wants to engage even more in STI and digitalization with its global partners, in line with the Global Gateway Strategy and the recently announced Africa-Europe investment package, which both highlight really the strategic relevance of digital infrastructure investments for research and innovation and scientific cooperation. The European Commission also launched Open Science as a policy priority with the intention to make Europe a global leader in the field of data, and recognizing the role of open science for innovation and sustainable development, and also as an important element of its cooperation. Starting from 2011, the EU has been supporting the creation and consolidation of research and education networks in Africa and in Arab countries through the EU MedConnect and Africa Connect projects by working closely with ASREN and Ubuntu Net Alliance, Ukraine, and also with our European partner, GEAN. And the Africa Connect project in particular, which I manage from the DG INTPA, has really a positive impact on the evolution of NRENs, both at the levels of expansion and upgrade of connectivity for NRENs, but also for the deployment of research and education services, really enabling collaborative research activities and scientific cooperation. Currently in its third phase, with an overall budget of 37.5 million euros, Africa Connect 3 includes substantial activities that focus on engagement with scientific communities, supporting open science through the LeapSense initiative, cloud-specific e-services, applications, all of which contributes greatly to the benefit of end users from universities, research centers, public libraries, teaching hospitals, and so on. In general, we think that remarkable progress has been achieved by ASREN and our other regional partners in advancing the objectives of Africa Connect. And as DG INTPA in particular, we really recognize the big role that RENs can play in digital transformation, research innovation, scientific cooperation, not only by providing connectivity, but really advancing and making use of advanced services that are key for R&D communities. We want to continue to support these efforts through Africa Connect, maybe putting more emphasis on digital services, which have been key, also highlighted by the pandemic, by the use of infrastructure for specific use cases, and really by adopting, in general, a more targeted approach to better respond to the needs of end users. I'll conclude here by saying really big congratulations to ASREN and to Marwan for this event, and I wish you all a great series of conversations, discussions today, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Chica. I just want to see that the help of the European delegation of the development to the areas of South Mediterranean and African countries is very important. I will just give a figure. The European delegation since 2004 has held several projects in the 2020 and Africa 2023 has provided up to 80% of the cost of interconnection of our areas in our region and Africa region. So, many thanks to the European Commission. Another point I would like to emphasize that this conference is attended by our colleagues from different regions of Morocco. We also have the honor to have among us our colleagues from neighboring countries of Tunisia, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, United Kingdom, Greece, and Brazil. We thank you all for your presence at this event. Thank you very much. Now I have the pleasure to invite Madame Eva Spitael, Senior International Project Manager at GEAN, from the University.
Well, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Eva Spitael. Thanks for the introduction, everyone. And I'm representing GEAN, which is the Pan-European Research and Innovation Network Organization. So basically, the European counterpart to ASREN, which is the regional organization in the Arab region. And I confess, today I actually celebrate a little anniversary, 18 years exactly to the date, so 13th of October 2004, I joined GEAN. So I'm coming of age, basically. And for nearly 20 years, for 2 decades, I have had the privilege to be be involved in these EU-funded regional networking projects by developing and fostering research and education networks in other parts of the world, and starting particularly with the Astro region in the southern Mediterranean, first with Human Connect, and then later on with Africa Connect. And over these years, I have found in Lebanon and in Youssef not only very valued colleagues and partners, but also really good friends. So thank you for that as well. And for me, the Astro community is really like a second family, and I feel very honored to be here, but I feel also so happy to be here in person again and meet my family after 3 long years away, or just virtual. And Géant, together with ASREN and in partnership with the European Union and their generous funding contributions, we will continue supporting the NRECs in this region. And I'm not talking just about North Africa, but I'm talking also about the Eastern Mediterranean, so our colleagues from Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, and also Jordan. And as the theme of this conference here suggests, Marwan, Synesty, they're really enablers. They're enabling the research and education communities in Morocco. They're enabling them to work, to collaborate nationally and internationally. So, chapeau. And I will conclude here, and I'd like to wish you very fruitful discussions over the next couple of years, couple of days maybe. And I'd like to thank ASREN for bringing us together, and University for the wonderful hospitality. So, shukran.
Thank you, Eva. On this occasion, I would like to point out that LMS are not only a network of institution needs and equipment and value, but special needs are a network of people. In my opinion, the presence of Eva and Géant is a key factor for the continuity of the recognition of our region, to Aswell. She always said that are supporting us in finding the resources to ensure the continuity of this regional activity. This was always the case before for the West, and without forgetting all the colleagues from the European NRAs, especially the directors of the Italian NRA, Mr. Enzo Valente and Mr. Federico Gioni, and Mr. Onyan Radiat from the Greek NRA, GRL presenting us today here. Thank you for all our colleagues and our partners from the European NRS and GEMA. Now I would invite Professor Farida Fessi, keynote speaker for this session. She is a professor of physics and particle physicist at the Faculty of Science of Mohammed V University in Rabat. She is a fellow of the African Academy of Science in 2020, in doctorate of the Spanish National Research Center and visiting scientist at the Institute de Física Corpuscular in Spain in 2014, and professor at the District Professor at the University of Warwick in 2022. Farida is a member of the highly active community of high energy physics. Morocco, this community is the most demanding one in Morocco in terms of using one bandwidth, computing process, and mathematics solution. Farida will present us the African strategy for fundamental and applied physics.
this photo, which is greatly illustrated. So allow me to summarize in this following item. For instance, it is clear that there is a big lack of the infrastructure, I mean inadequate infrastructure, and also the bad management of the resources. Also, I can say the lack of information and communication technology. Of course, these all lead to insufficient level of literacy, which is linked directly with the lack of digital literacy and, of course, the lack of high-quality education. So, I mean, what I have said so far are really getting worse in Africa by the phenomena of brain drain, I mean, which is characterized as the losing of human capital, which is very skilled and innovative people that decided at some point to leave their own country and they live in the developed country. And of course, the gender inequality, which is really impacting the society in a very bad way. So what I have mentioned so far are some kind of consequence of the lack of science-led development in a sustainable way. When I talk you about the today Africa challenges, maybe I have a look at the future biggest challenges of Africa. So based on the United Nations prediction, by 2015, a quarter of the world people will be African, and more than half of African people will be under 25 years old. Of course, this brings a huge opportunity, however, presented are major challenges. So as you can see here, in this chart at the top, so the red color is representing the evolution of the African population, and the yellow color is representing the Asian evolution. This is a study based on the World Economic Forum, and the other color presenting the evolution population in the world, where we can learn from this plot that the African American population is expected to be nearly 3 by 2015. This is the projection to 2060, and if we project ourselves in 2100, so we can conclude from this plot. Here the yellow is presented the evolution of the population of Africa, and we can say that the world population will rise more than 10 billion population, and this growth is driven mostly by Africa. So as you can see from those study prediction, so this unprecedented growth of the population in Africa will surely impact geopolitics, global trade, migration, and almost every aspect of life. So I guess it is now time for a reimagination of Africa, and the question that is imposing itself: how can African leaders prepare to create a tangible solution for these challenges, and what do they expect from the rest of the world? Also, the other question: where are we headed with nowadays Africa situation? I believe it is now time for Africa to narrow and correct for the scientific and technological gap with other regions in the world. This gap has been massively underfunded over a long time, impacting critically the growth of African economies. So I guess to improve, in order to improve, I must say, to improve the African underperformance and also achieve the commitment of the leadership, it is essential by the policymaker and stakeholder appreciated, which is not really the reality today, the return of an investment in research, innovation, and a higher education. So I I guess there is no doubt that across Africa there is a great need for science, knowledge, to come and to fight against the challenges development in Africa. For this reason, the African scientific community must come together and advocate the necessity of science, which is already vital for a sustainable development. Particularly if we are in a globalizing economy and mostly in an era of big science, knowledge-based competition is promoting a key role of science and technology in the development and growth. So now, what is here I would like to tell you about how can physics help to mitigate or to fight against these big challenges that we are facing in Africa. I guess. Oops. I'm not out. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So I mean the importance of physics in society is it is very clear over the history, and because physics play a very important role in the progress of humankind. For this reason, I guess supporting the physics education and all related scientific research are essential for the following reason. So I guess physics is the discipline that allows us to extend the frontier of our knowledge about nature. Also, physics give us or create the fundamental knowledge needed to develop all the technological advances. In the other hand, with physics, we are able to supply a very trained people, also very competent research who are able to explore the scientific advances and discovery. If we try to see what is the relationship with the physics with other disciplines, we see that physics is play a key role also in education for chemists, for engineering, computer science, and also physics is already, help us to understanding other disciplines such as agriculture, chemical, and astrophysics and cosmology. And if we have a look at how physics imports us in society, we know that physics is present in all our life day to day, and also in terms of quality of life, physics really provide the instrument and the technique for instance, medical physics that really provide us a very good advances here. So the key message that I am trying to transfer from this slide is that physics is a fundamental part of educational science and advanced research. For this reason, governments need to be supportive of the science of physics. Okay, so here I have just said the importance of physics, and now let's take a look at what are the strategies worldwide in the globe. Just a landscape of these aspects. The first of all, I would like to start with the European strategy for particle physics. This strategy was initiated in 2006, and it is currently in its third iteration. It is developed and updated every 7 years. This strategy is mandated by the Chancellor, and it actively requested not only the feedback from the European community, but also globally. And then we find the American strategy for particle physics. It started in 2015, and it is in the second iteration, what is the name of SNOWMAS 2020-21. So the main goal from the strategy, the process of strategy, is to develop the strategic plan. And as you can see from here, it is mandated by the American Physical Society Division of Particle. And the aim of the strategy is really to encapsulate of particle physics in US, including in international partners. So in this case, in the case of the American strategy, it is 10 years time scale in the context of 20 years global vision for the physics. And we found for the first time the strategy of Latin America, which is also in particle physics, cosmology, and astrophysics, and it is mandated by the Ibero-American minister. So as you can see, there are the European, American, Australian, and Asian strategies that are regularly developed and updated in a coherent and coordinated way between regions. The missing actor here is always Africa. So the messages I'm transferring here, Africa really need to build its own physics strategy and catch up on. Well, I guess the hope is great for science in Africa. I can start from, for instance, Einstein Lab, which is located in South Africa. It is an accelerated by sciences, multidiscipline for research facility. Also in Morocco, we have the Morocco Foundation for Advanced Science. Also, we have 3 countries in Africa who are actively contributing in the big experiments at CERN and Collider, Morocco and South Africa in Atlas, Egypt in CNS, and Morocco are involved in other exciting projects. Also, we found in Madagascar recently involved in the DOOM, which is the deep background neutrino experiment. Also, in the other hand, for the observatory and telescope, we found many, for instance, in Marrakech, and here you have the list of all the projects around the observatory and telescope. And more in science infrastructure, so Morocco has really do a huge step in developing sustainable energy, and Morocco currently with the world's biggest solar planet in Morocco. You know, and this technology is fully based on the physics advance. And also, in the other hand, for the in Africa and South Africa, we have the largest radio telescope overbuilt in Africa, and also in Benin, this is the key X-Tech lab, which is the X-Writing platform in Benin, and also the new project related to the research infrastructure. It is what we call the African Light Source. I mean, this is really what we hope to have it in Africa. It is currently they are building the conceptual design report, which try to answer the question what, when, how, and why. I guess this is the dream for Africa to have such infrastructure for research. However, we are lacking of scientists in Africa. This is because 4 out of 5 countries still spend less than 1% of global investment and research, R&D. And this chronic underfunding of R&D has a huge impact. Particularly, we can say, we can really have it in the number of research per million in people. And we have in Africa only 198. On the other hand, if we have what happened in the globe, to achieve the world leverage of the number of research per capita, Africa needs another million new fish. This situation is getting worse due to the lack of the opportunity that motivated the people to migrate, and Africa lost roughly 20,000 professionals to developed country every year. So I guess from this bad picture, a negative picture, the question that imposed there said to do nothing against these challenges is to go backward. And we are asking, how can we reverse this course? And our responsibility is really to work all together become major player in the international community. Well, this is our big ambition. We are ambitious for this region. For this region, we have initiated ASFA, which is the African Strategy for Formidable and Applied Physics. It is co-funded by the Pan-Africa and Africa Diaspora. Here you see PTV, originally from Togo, and it is based on National Brookhaven Laboratory. This is Simon from South Africa. This is Shaban from Zewel, and this is Fayrouz, originally from Algeria and based on France, and this is myself. So the project is mandated by African Physical Society to reach the steering committee. This is the email, and all the information is presented here. So what is our goal? What is the whole vision? First of all, what we are aiming to do with ASFA is really to develop a strategy to increase the African education and research capability. For that, for this reason, we need to set up the foundation and the framework to draw the participation of the African physicists, mostly engaging and encouraging the African scientists and the whole international community in the strategy development. For this reason also, improving the collaboration is mandatory, and also increasing the sustainability, the creating African country which is missing completely, which is in the situation is critical in Africa. We don't have link, we are not linked to each other. Everyone is working alone, and this is really has a bad impact in evolution in Africa. The other aspect for ASFA is to establish a culture of awareness, of periodical strategic done about growth physicists, contrary to the top-down strategy initiated by the government, where physicists are concentrated in matter of science policy, and this is really crucial. It has happened everywhere in the world. And once we come up with the final report, after consultation with the community, our goal is to inform the African policy maker, the stakeholder, and the international partner on the strategic direction likely to impact the evolution of Africa. So the word or the key message or the vision is as far aims that Africa should take its equal place as a co-leader in the global scientific process, along with all the consequences, socioeconomic benefits. Well, what is the relation? What is the African strategy that we are versus the Africa? So we know, all of us know that there are already many strategies in Africa, initiated by governments, policy makers, large political bodies and institutions. For instance, here you can see Agenda 2063, the African we want. We see this one initiated by African Union, and this one initiated with African Academy of Science. Many strategies are in phase of development or already developed, but the message that I am transferring here, unlike the Africa, we consider these were top-down strategies, okay? So unlike the African top-down strategy, ASFA is based on a large community consultation, on a large footprint of all the physicists, and engage the topics who are really important for Africa. So our aim is to be complementary to the strategies, okay? And also, what we really need is the African country needs to come together and develop a coordinated strategy and mostly exercise what is needed to be done to give science and technology their due in the development process. And the key message here is the implementation. We can develop a very exciting the role is not. So this is the key, really, the implementation is mandatory. Well, I will tell you about the organization. So here you can see all the bodies that form ASFA. We have the steering committee and the international advisory committee. So you can see the steering committee is only connected to the international committee. And then we have physics working group, physics sub-working group, and physics community observer committee, and community, and community engagement, physics education, women in physics forum, and young physicists forum. I will explain each body. So, the steering committee is really in charge of the whole coordination, and mostly going between international committee, observer committee, ethics committee, and other bodies in the strategy. And the rule of the final report is the responsibility of the steering committee. However, the international advisory committee, the aim is to review the progress, advise on the scope, and particularly engage of international committee and policy makers. And of course, once the report is done, the advisory committee should endorse it before submit this report to the executive committee of the African Union and the African Physical Society. And then for the observer committee, it is advising and conveying the idea. This is body, the people who form this body is very experienced people with an outstanding contribution in Africa. So the role is really convey idea and between the steering and the different working group. Review also the letter of intent and white paper, and also help in reporting. Ethics committee, this ethics committee is really very, very important because it is the responsible for dissemination and maintaining the guidance of ASFA code of conduct. The different physics working group and liaison as subgroup, the role of this group is to encourage and solicit the community input, prepare the report of every physics group or every forum of every committee, and also there is what we call the liaison. This person needs to ensure that the cross-cutting topics receive proper coverage and consideration in all the relevant groups. And here for community engagement, okay, so here it's knowledge transfer and all what is seated there. For physics education, so we need to promote science development in a sustainable way. The women in physics really here will be aim is to mitigate the shortest participation in Africa, the women in Africa, and this forum is a really very important encouraging young people in physics, science, technology, and engineering. Here, well, the whole structure is just how we go quickly here. The whole structure is here, all the bodies that form ASFA, and as I said, ASFA is based on the community consultation. How we consent. The input from the community could be conference, workshop, regular meeting, survey, panel discussion, letter of intent, all these, and these come up with a white paper, and based on the white paper we will summarize to come up to release the final report. So the discussion of the progress of different groups is performed in the regular group, and the report of group is at the conference level. As I said before, the steering committee is in charge to deliver the report strategy, and the advisory committee is in charge. To advise. Okay, and the process of ASFA will take a few years, as I said before, and we deliver the report. And once the report is done, we'll suggest the direction with action item for the next decade. The process, we aim that the process will be repeated periodically every 7 to 10 years for the following decade. Okay? Here, the list of the advisory committees, so we are supported by CERN, by ICTP, by different academies, it is really we have received a huge support
support. Okay, here you have, here you have the international, the African Union, all the bodies in the institutional bodies in Africa, the UNESCO and the ICTP, and certainly you can see the list of all the funding agencies, the government organizations, institutions that support. Really, we are happy that we have received a big support from the national, national, regional, and international support, which is really encouraging for this project. Here, just the number of the physics working groups that we have. You have here the list. There are many, as I said before, footprint, all important topic, and here you have the documentation, all related aspect, the engagement community, all the what I have said before. Here also we have the code of conduct. We have the actual code of conduct, and we have the working group document to help the working group how to develop their activity and how to report in the activities. Here, in terms of the ASFAP process time scale, so just to give you an idea, this project has been started on reality in 2019 by brainstorming, and then we have formed the steering committee, and then in 2020 we have defined the process, appointed the international advisory committee and all the members, and here in this 2021 it was the ASFAP community town hall, and the consultation of the letter of intent was started. Okay, and we are here, we are in this phase. We are really collecting all the input from the community and to preparing the preliminary draft. We expect to have to celebrate the symposium of the ASFAP in 2023, and when the final report, this is very important, when the final report is released, the final will be endorsed by the advisory committee and submitted to the African Physical Society Executive Committee, and then the African Academies of Sciences and the European African Union, and then other stakeholders all the world. Well, how can you get involved? Just, you need to contribute by your input, survey, workshop, panel discussion, and conference, and also participate in the group, by nominating and by volunteer and register to the main list. And this is really what we are encouraging your research group to get involved, because the white paper funded review and reference strategy, and we are aiming to publish a peer review journal. And I guess, so I will conclude with this word. ASFAP was really funded with a big ambition for change. And really we encourage the strengthening of higher education, capability building, and scientific research. We aim to influence direction of strategic science development taken by policy, and the key message here, effective implementation in the way that help donors and funding agencies in deciding where best to invest limited resources. This is really very important. Also support the African Physical Society into an outstanding professional body. I believe strongly Africa cannot afford to lag behind other regions in the world and be marginalized. It soon became clear that a proper environment and culture must be established in Africa for pursuing science seriously and creating the conditions for which physics and science can prosper. And my last word here, creating scientifically educated people is the best investment that a nation can make. And thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope this strategy will succeed, and I think that the PNS will do everything possible to support this strategy.
My question is to Karina. I think you must also, you are doing something for Arab physical society. I think it's well, so maybe 1 minute about it.
Yeah,
1 minute.
for Arabic Physical Society, well, I guess it was initiated by a group of Arab physicists, and the aim really is, I guess it is the same message that I have transferred in for African strategy, is really to increase the capacity building and encourage young physicists, and also engage the policymaker to pay more attention, and I mean, the funding should be distributed the best way for the implementation. And the key message, I mean, implementation. Even for the Arab Physical Society, we need the funding to establish the school and the organize the conferences, and this is the aim also. And increase the connection and the networking between the Arab countries, which is really needed, and of course with the rest of the world. So science is increased by the collaboration between us inside and outside, regionally, globally, and this is what we aim. Thank you.
That's what the two focus on Arab science cooperation, and that's part of it. So you want to promote it. Thank you.
How do you take care that the implementation is already, carried out in a correct way? Mostly, all the objectives that you have shown us, very, very exciting, but the implementation, what about the implementation? Mostly, when we celebrate, organize any kind of event, always the same issue, connectivity issue. Young people don't have how can access to the data, how can access to the meeting virtually, and in the pandemic it was very, very, very big issue. So if Africa Connect 3 is really aiming to correct or to improve this aspect, I would like to know how it is right now. How do you connect with the different schools, universities, academies, and to touch the reality there?
Thank you very much. It's important. It will need a lot of time to answer, but basically, initially, it's about connectivity. So it's concerned also with the international connectivity with each area. So, and the area themselves are responsible for connecting different institutions or research centers or any kind of. What we are doing at our level, and also leaders are also responsible for service provision like in Rome and Bulgaria and so on. From the African Connect 3 is a regional project rather than the national project. So, but we are supporting it. So mainly to connect to our network to the regional community, and then we support them through capacity. But this is what we are, for example, what we are doing now. We're trying to get in touch with the communities, the users, to let them that there are opportunities, and if they are, for example, if an institution here is not connected to one, then it's time to ask one to connect so that they can benefit, to be connected with JAM, with SER, with other organizations. But we don't work for the national, at least in Africa. Maybe later on we can get more involved, and we try to find mechanisms to support leaders to do further, let's say, connectivity or further service. But that's very limited because the aim of the project is connectivity with some promotion and advocacy.
agree with what Yusuf says. So in Africa Connect 3, as in all the regional projects, we never went down to the national level. So the national level meaning where actually the implementation takes place on the ground. And that is for us also a lesson learned. So now that we're at the stage of brainstorming for a new phase, together with the European Union, we said we need more capillarity. We need to go down and channel funds through to the national network, to the national organization, who knows the users, who knows the needs of these users, is closest to them. So it does make sense to intervene at the regional or even at European level. We can provide the support, but the implementation and the know-how is really in the field, in the local area. So we just are exploring now mechanisms, how to set that up, how to empower the element, to give that ability to do hand-holding, because it is obviously very time and resource intensive. So you need that support. But this is a process, and is raising awareness where it starts, that you can't always carry on as you used to do in the past, that you need to really, to have impact, you need to do it on the ground.
Exactly, just to add, I mean, the gap between the reality, I mean, to touch the people who are suffering from the issue and to give that top-down ideas, because you are in top ideas and implement them. This is, I guess, because since a while we are in this situation in Africa, from Europe, from other regions in the world, but we are not yet in the point that we say, okay, enough. We need to see how all we have done so far, how it is really impacting the reality. And for this, we need people who are living that reality to talk with them and interact with them and transfer their issue in the reality.
So, just a last thing. I just think about some project in Morocco, but I am sure there are so many projects. Unfortunately, we can't in this short period we have identified two important projects, and we have our colleagues from about the project of Tier 2 and another project called Intercapital by the University of Faith, and we have our colleagues that give us an overview about this project. And we need in Marrakech to identify all the important projects in the different universities of the world. It's not easy to do that. Madam she asked us yesterday to launch a survey to try to identify teams and projects that we need very big calculation and big storage. So please, if you have any information about any project that they need such support, we are here, and we can be the help of the ASRA So we can continue the discussion. Okay, so we will start in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We start the second session inside entrance, around, and what do we do? Our first speaker is Juan Merrouche, head of Moroccan NRL Marwan. Rightly, this presentation is about Marwan. Juan, the floor is yours.
We are moving now under the pressure of our young generation from French to English. So for young men it's easy, for others like me it's so I will try, and if you don't understand something, you can ask me after the presentation if you want. So it's a pleasure for me to present and share with you the story and the constitution of the Moroccan National Education Marwan is Moroccan academic and research quite high. In fact, Marwan is part of the CNST. The CNST has a big institution. Its main mission is not doing research, but rather helping universities to do research. It has two main missions. The first one is financing research by launching a project goals according to research themes that consider a priority for the country. The second mission is to make research heavy and expensive equipment accessible to universities. CNST has three departments to achieve this mission. The first one is the URTS. This department is responsible for providing the analysis equipment in chemistry, biology and material science. The second department is EMIST. Shows that Moroccan researchers get access to scientific and clinical research journals and publications. And the third one is Marwan, who is in charge of supporting IT projects by setting up digital infrastructure and services. Concerning the missions of Marwan, we have two missions to develop electronic infrastructures. In this objective, we deploy two important tools, the National Research and Application Network Marwan and the High Performance Computing Cluster. We are also working on a project concerning establishment for a cloud for higher education, but this project is on standby for the moment due to lack of funding and human resources. For electronic devices, we have video Federation of Identity, Trusted Certification, DCS, and VPN. Those devices are available and operational. We also have a work in progress project for the establishment of a security operation center for higher education, but this project also has been postponed for the same reason as the current. each of them vary according to our version. All education and research institutions can be connected to Marrakech. Any institution in Morocco that deal with research or education can be connected to Marrakech. Even if the institution is not directly in relation with the Ministry of Higher Education who is funding the project. The objectives of Marwan are the same for all the areas around the world. Namely, it's wants to provide large bandwidth connectivity to local universities, offer federated services, and increase exchange between universities. Facilitate the participation of Moroccan researchers in international research projects by setting up regional connectivity, and reduce the cost of connectivity. This last point concerning cost was always a main requirement of the ministry and the universities. Overall, the cost of Marwan needed to be lower than the cost that the universities would pay to have internet connectivity with the same bandwidth. Achieving this objective had a positive impact on the cost of the telecommunication links at national level in Morocco, because each time a call of tender for Marwan was issued, the trade operators were obliged to align their public offers of tariffs, the Marwan tariff, including the two operators that would not win the tender. This slide, you have a picture about the population of Marwan. For Marwan, we want for similar version. We start, as I said, in 1998 with the first version, and Marwan 2 started in 2005, Marwan 3 in 2010, Marwan 4 in 2017, and now we are in Marwan 5 at the beginning of 2022. We chose to keep understood the different versions because there is a big difference between versions in terms of architecture, operator, and financing. Only continuity was providing service. That's because we managed to ensure that the migration between versions is done without any interruption and in a transparent way for the universities. As you can notice, that for each version we change the architecture, the design. For first version we have these lines, and for Marwan 2 and 3 the backbone was over the previous layer 2, and now for Marwan 5 we are using this demonstration for the first time. Also we have a different telecom operator for each version. So for beginning we start with we have a monopoly, so we start with Morocco Telecom, and starting from Marwan 3, the market was open, and we launched an tender, and it was attributed to Google at this site for the large channel. And for Marwan 4 and Marwan 5, we are with the two operators to coordinate. For access, the maximum access bandwidth that was offered at the universities in 1998 was 2 Mbps, while today we can offer them up to 10 Mbps. Regarding the human and the financial resources needed to Marwan, as indicated on the graph, they did not involve even if bandwidth and service has increased significantly. They declined instead. It should also be noted you have the different digits for different versions of Marwan. For Marwan 5, for example, it's around 42 million dirhams per year, but 99 of the budget and goes directly to telecom operators. And only 1% is used by Marwan to develop different services. Our main concern today is the human resources that decrease in significance. about 250 institutions connected across 130 regions across 51 cities in Morocco. This is a community of about 50,000 professors and researchers and more than 1 million students. This is the current architecture of Marwa 5. The network is using SD1 technology, the PLC3, network of the telecom operator. University and research institution can be connected from links between 100 gig and 10 gig. The network is connected to the internet with 2 links of 10 gig via 2 ports in Rabat and Casablanca. It's also connected to ASN and Géant via a physical link of 1 gig between the port North Port located in Simaristan in Rabat and ASN port in Oman. The PLC3 backbone is in fact a black box for us. The only guarantee that we have are the SLA specified in the contract. We would have preferred to have a dedicated dark fiber network, but it is completely impossible in Morocco for 2 reasons. There are no fiber infrastructure operators in Morocco, but only telecom operators. Who have always refused to give us that fiber offer. Second reason is that in the current situation, it's impossible to find funding for such a network, even if there was one. Why we chose this network? For SD1, our primary motivation for moving to this technology was to enable universities to have more internet capacity at a lower cost by using multiple low-cost FTTH access, to have more resiliency via multiple ISPs, and to maintain the IP visibility even when they switch to the backup. On this slide, you have the main differences between Marwa 4 and 5. Marwa 5 uses the one technology and offers connectivity between universities up to 10 gig. This bandwidth will be increased automatically and without additional cost by 50% in next year and another 50% in 2022. With this, the one universities can add other links from different operators to have more internet capacity and better resiliency. Concerning the cost, as you can see, we succeeded to cut the cost compared to our 4 by almost a factor of 3. So this story of making tenders is very interesting. We can reduce the cost of the regarding regional connectivity, Morocco has always considered this connectivity a strategy for our education and research system. Marwan was one of the first elements in the region to be connected to Géant. Quickly for those who don't know Géant, Géant is a network that interconnects all the elements in Europe. Géant is also connected to several regional networks around the globe, like Red in Latin America and internet in the US and Caribbean Asia and other networks around the world. Our continent, Africa, is also connected to Géant. Africa is a large continent, so we have 3 regional networks. We have ASREN for North Africa, WACREN for West Africa, and Ubuntu for East Africa. The North African countries are connected to Géant via ASREN, and as you can see on the right slide, other countries of Arab region like Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and Palestine are connected to also to Géant via ASREN. Are connected or can be connected. Our first connection with Géant was in 2005. Was with a 34 megabit link, which was increased to 155 just 1 year after, in 2006. At that time, the link with Géant was the only external connection for us. Marwan did not have internet connectivity via a local operator. Its internet Unfortunately, this link was interrupted in 2010 for legal funding. It should be noted that rates charged by the operator charged by the operator for the southern region of the Mediterranean for international connection are 100 times more expensive than those of their northern counterparts. The link was established in 2012 for 40 gigabits per second, but this time only for research traffic. This link was again interrupted because of funding and the problem of the asymmetry between the link and the internet link of Marrakech, which achieved at this time only. To avoid this funding problem, we decided to restore this connection in 2018 via 1 gig VPN link. It's not a real link through the ASREM in London. But in 2021, and with the help of ASREM and the European Commission, via Project Africa Connect 3, we managed to restore connection with a physical and direct link of 1 gig between Rabat and London. Africa Connect 3 finance up to 80% of this. And we are hoping to increase the capacity of the to deal with in next year. For services, as I said, a matter of connectivity, so we have this sort of island with access for the institution who is to deal with we have internet access, we have the liquid genome, we have Marwa design and IPv6 native network. We offer also QoS and multicast services. And to optimize our external connections, we host caches for Google and Facebook. And we are looking for other content providers to optimize the usage of international links of Marwa. Marwa also mirrors more than 30 repositories of software and application used and downloaded by universities. And this month, we start hosting a daily iRoot in Marwa. Concerning the services, we have Video. For the moment, Video is only deployed in 6 universities, and we are hoping to increase the speed to deploy the service of the university. And you can see, for example, it's not complicated, it's easy. My colleague Sami is on yesterday for 2 hours, and he succeeded to deploy Video in the hotel. So now you have a connection in the hotel, so I am asking the university to help us to deploy Video in the university for them and for us. And as I say, we have the Identity Federation, which is member of UDP and UDP. And this series of electronic certificate that we offer for free to universities. That's all that I have to say about Marwa. Concerning the other tools is the high-performance computing service. Is one of the most important services listed by researchers. Since 2005, Marwa has set up a great computing facility and a certification authority organized by the European Authority of Great Place. The facility was the first one in our region. And in 2018, we launched the new HPC cluster, and the capacity of this cluster was doubled in 2021. Our HPC has now more than 600 cores, providing 122 teraflops for research. Concerning the challenges and the constraints that we have in Marwa, there has been challenge and improvement that we need. The first one is the governance aspect. Marwa is not a legal entity, but just a department of security that is also reports to the Ministry of Higher Education. Marwa is completely the point of strategy and security and ministry. Then there is a funding that is limited, depends on several resources and never issue. Human resources are a big issue for us. We have difficulty in recruiting because we have to wait for the ministry to give seriously new job positions and it's also very difficult to keep them since most of them prefer to go abroad. Another challenge for our is working with universities to improving their campuses methods and designing a large wireless coverage to ensure access to all students for better use of Marwan and its offered services. The last point concerns the telecom operators. The telecom environment in Morocco, as long as they are not infrastructure operators, Marwan will have limited choice regarding the development of its backbone and will be dependent on telecom operators. On this slide, I try to give an overview about the level of the usage of different services for Marwan. So you have stars to show this, and you can notice, in fact, in my opinion, the success of a national education network is not just the number of gigabit or number of services that is offered. The real success is in having it used and deployed by the community. On this concern, as you can see on the slide, Marwan and the universities need to make a huge effort to deploy different services offered by Marwan. To finish, I would like to share with you our action plan for the next 3 years. The highest priority for us is to deploy all the services that are offered by Marwan in the universities. The second one is to improve the resiliency of the universities by exploring all the possibilities offered by the SD1 solution. We plan also to encourage universities to become local internet registry. This will allow them to be independent from operators and from Marwan. That's all I had to say. I hope I did not take too much. I did not very much.
Thank you, Redwan. I think we will take all the questions at the end of the session. Now, I would invite our next speaker, Professor Sousan Kishan, General Director of the Computing Centers at Khwarizmi. She will give us an overview about the new challenges and future projects for the higher education. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am very pleased to be here in Morocco, in Marrakech, with you, with the ASRAN committee. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I would like to give you an overview of the computing center at Khwarizmi, which is the internet service provider. So I will present some challenges and future projects. The outline of my presentation is about the mission of CCK, a new cloud architecture with an integrated information system, and I will close with some other projects in progress. Some of them are the external Wi-Fi in the campuses, and I will close with some digital future projects. So here is the computing center at Khwarizmi, which is in Tunis, in the campus Al-Manouba. So this is the picture of our center. We have various services as the hosting of national applications and platforms. The websites, all websites of the universities and institutions are hosted in Al-Khwarizmi. We have two kinds of emails, Microsoft emails and national emails, which are related to the réseau So here we manage all emails, national and Microsoft emails, and we manage also in the messaging some SMSing services in order to disseminate some events or inform our community. So we offer this service which is very used by our community. The third service is, of course, the networking. We offer internet for 1,440 institutions. Among them, there are 250 institutions for teaching. We have research centers, restaurants, and so on. So the total number is about, let's say, 140 institutions. We have a service, a department for digital production, which is dedicated to implementing all platforms for our Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. And finally, the security department, which manages, of course, firewalls and all security equipment. So let's go to some statistics for the Tunisian Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. Among them, I have about 240,000 students in all levels. We have some of them are related to IT. So here, this dispatching allows us to have a right sizing about the need in terms of platforms and cloud services. We have the teaching staff also here. We have two kinds of teaching staff. We have the contractual teaching staff, and we have the permanent ones. So we have to manage the researchers and the teachers. We have also the administrative staff. Among the whole number of administrative staff, we have technical staff, which are technicians in IT environment. So some of these statistics are very useful for the right sizing. Our indicators related to the statistics are the budget, which is allowed to connectivity, and the budget allowed for the use of social networks. So here note that our Réseau National Universitaire is fully in optical fibers, and we have a single data center which is located in Al-Khwarizmi Computing Center, and that manages all services for the whole community. So here I want to present briefly the architecture of our new cloud. We have, of course, a cloud located in the data center here of the CCK. And here is the equipment related to the cloud, which is operational now. Here we are trying to serve resources to students as well as teaching staff. We have another kind of cloud which is in progress, and here the budget emanates from universities and from, of course, CCK. So it is a sharing of budget and resources, and the cloud is designed in terms of these features, which is open source for commercial, the guarantee, the annual cost, the number of servers, the storage, and the services and the security level. So in terms of all these features, we have drawn a calendar timeline in order to share all the budget and all the efforts within the technical committee here, and this technical committee outputs a TTR in order to be published for an acquisition of right cloud shared by all universities. So this is the timeline of our work on project. We have designed or planned for some services in this cloud, as the big blue button, video conferencing, the e-learning, the online courses. And here I want to note that we are designing an integrated information system for the whole Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, which will be a service in the cloud. Infrastructure services are also available in this cloud, and the virtual machines, the VNS, the DNS, the VPN as a service, the load balancer as a service, and so on. So this calendar is planned in terms of 3 landings mainly: the starting of the project, the technical committee that outputs all features for the cloud, and the publication of the terms of references, which is already done. So here are all the universities, the Tunisian universities. The budget comes from the Mondial Bank and some national budgets, and from the Centre de Calcul and Horizon. We have designed also a chart, an agreement for using all these resources, and the agreement has to be signed by all universities. So for future challenges, we plan to offer some other services as the AI, big data services, and so on. The information system also will be enriched by all processes that exist in our ministry. So these are future projects. For the infrastructure, we plan to have another cloud, which will manage the backup, and other sites in the north, in the center of Tunisia, and in the south of Tunisia. And we have made a calendar for 2027 to guarantee the evolutivity of the project. Here is a part of the calendar, let's say, so the steps and the months, and the team which is charged of doing the tasks. So I moved to the external Wi-Fi, which is planned as follows. Here the map of Tunisia, and here are the campuses that will be served by the Wi-Fi, the external Wi-Fi, which is with optical fibers 2, with coverage Wi-Fi 6, and with the whole security for using this service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. It was very interesting to talk and to have an overview about all those projects. Now, I will invite our next speaker, Dr. Monta Sarahat, Technological and Transformation Director in Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research from Palestine. He will give us an overview about the challenges and aspirations of the Palestinian academic and research network. Doctor, please.
everybody. Very pleased to be here. You representing Palestine. First, my thanks go to Oman and Aspen for this kind invitation and also giving the opportunity of extending that cooperation. Thanks to give me this opportunity to highlight the challenges and aspirations of that community. Let me highlight something else from Palestine. Actually, we have Pakistan 54 higher education institutions, 20 universities, 70 university colleges, 17 intermediate colleges. Also, we have more than 200,000 students, more than 60 new students, new students. Also, we have more than 40 graduates every year, and we have 16 degree academic and administrative staff. Also, in the research term, we have also more than 12,000 research documents published in scholars database as indicator that we have good research activities. In terms of challenges, actually nowadays in education sector, when we talk about challenges, automatically our memory goes to the closure caused by Corona pandemic in 2020. When communication between students, researchers, and academics become very complex and concern for the education and research community to ensure the continuity of education process, and everyone finds that technology is a solution for the e-learning management system and digital concept applications like Microsoft Teams, Zoom, and other applications. Actually, in Palestine, we suffer from frequent closure, not only by Corona, but also by Israeli occupation that forced obstruction of movement for students and teachers. The closure and opening of school and universities since 70 years. And still until the recent days before we came here, there is an escalation in Palestine. This constant challenge makes us urgently need to use technology and innovation to overcome the occupation practices that aim to put us in isolation, locally and globally. Actually now the isolation between our cities in Sudan and also the siege imposed in Gaza is a good example of that. The Israeli occupation and practices does not only affect Palestinian people, but also foreigners. In February of this year, Israeli authorities also imposed a new restriction targeting foreigners who wishing to work, study, or engage in voluntary activities in West Bank. Actually, this also affects many students and researchers and teachers within the framework of Erasmus program. In addition to that, there is distinguished scientists, scholars, and researchers, Arab and Palestinians, who live outside and cannot enter to Palestine or go back to Palestine because of occupation. Those people have the passion to work with researchers and scientists inside Palestine. We look forward to build a solid network, research and academic network to provide those people the opportunity to join and to be part of our network to overcome mentioned challenges. Actually, parallel goes through many stages. Sometimes there is no stability in work, no sustainability. Actually, the financial difficulties is one of the main cause for this instability. The idea of research and academic development started in 1995 when a Palestinian academic tried to build a connection between and a link between the universities, starting with some initiatives like Valley 1, Valley 2, Valley, but this initiative is not seeing becoming a project until 2009 when the Palestinian government invests in building the network and asking the private sector company to establish Bad and all Palestinian universities connected to this network, and also we connected to Euromed network. In 2014, Valiant is connected and closed, as I mentioned, since the financial difficulties. But Ministry of Higher Education continues support research in institution by funding UNESCO membership and make this membership available to all 15 universities in that time. Although I've mentioned challenges, there is a positive indicator of researcher activity, quality and quantity. We have the local and global research collaboration with more than 160 countries, and SCOA's database shows us that Palestinian researchers have high rate in collaboration with other countries, especially with Moroccan researchers. Also, we have high collaboration rate. Actually, there is a new update that makes us urgently need to update and activate Valiant. There is some services or some projects we need to collaborate under one umbrella in the Ministry of Higher Education. Actually, we have 13 research representatives in Palestinian universities actually working and have a workflow that collect data from researchers, metadata, assets, extraction of research. Also, we have a hub that collects data from a national hub that collects data from this local representatives. This slide shows that Palestinian researcher has high collaboration with all countries in the world. This is a main factor that we need to consolidate and build our network. Actually, England become part of the Ministry of Higher Education ecosystem. So the research management, we plan to build a research management system also to make the Valiant part of the Ministry Directorate in Palestine. Actually, in order to build a Valiant, we find that we have to work on 3 components. The first component is connectivity. Actually, nowadays we conduct many discussions with the private sector telecommunication companies in order to reactivate that local connection. And also we need next to work on the global connect, the ASEAN and other networks. The second component is trust and identity. Actually, in ministry we installed a radio server that helps us do the main services, which is video room and we start these services in some universities. Also, in the application component, we start with the research repositories. Actually, the universities and colleges using this base open platform in order to institutionalize the repositories. So we need to start from here. Actually, this is the map of Palestine from the sea to the river. Here in the map, I show that in Europe become available at Birzeit University and at Jerusalem University and at Ministry, and there is work with other 5 institutions, and we will continue until we reach and activate Europe in all universities and colleges. Also, here I show that there is in the green there is 13 research repositories available, and in the ministry we have the central or national aggregator that will collect and aggregate and harvest output of research to the ministry. And in front of this national repository there is a search engine that allow and facilitate the access of abstracts for the researchers, and to increase the visibility and publicity of research. Actually, this is the 13 repository links distributed among universities. And here I try to show the architecture of Harvester, metadata Harvester that we working on. It's in development stage. We are in advanced stage. Actually, this Harvester will connect and aggregate, as I said, data from research repositories at local universities and institutions. It will be pushed to the National Metadata Repository, which is hosted and located in the Ministry of Higher Education. And there is a search engine, as I said, that any public user can access and call the search engine to search about a research. Then it will be redirected to the institution website to see more details about the research. Here,
2 minutes, please.
Okay. Here the search engine page that research PS. It's in initial stage. It's in development stage, but we published it in order to test the activities. Actually, we set a plan for the activation for the bilingual. We have for now 6 items. The first item is to set up a technical, actually we set up a technical team from university in order to proceed in our activities. Working to activate the room in front of the university, activating and controlling work research repository and implement to the Harvester. Also, we are working to establish a new repository in 7 universities. We need to build direct website for marketing the activities for our band, and we will work also in a single sign-on for a unified subscription in digital library and database. This is an area item we will work on. Actually, in Palestine, we do look forward to being part of the regional and international network because it is a lifeline to overcome isolation, to allow the academic and educational institutions to enhance their program as well as their scientific research capabilities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Monta. I hope that all those aspirations will be realized. Now, our next speaker is Professor Yusuf Asmu, Chief Innovation and Transformation Officer at Tech Care from American University of Beirut, Lebanon. Professor Asmu will explain to us why even have an NREG. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Well, we've been talking a lot about what the different NREDs are doing across the region. But there's a fundamental question that we really need to answer. Why even have an NRED, right? Why are we even doing this? Well, NREDs, if you think about it, emerged back in the early days when the commercialization of the internet came along. And they were formed as not-for-profit organizations to establish reliable, cost-effective, high-speed networks for research. Their fundamental purpose really was to find ways to connect universities and research institutions to elaborate on provide cost-effective and reliable services. In fact, because of that, NREDs have been positioning themselves as internet service providers and managed service providers. And if you go and look on Google and Wikipedia, which is the most reliable encyclopedia, right, you'll find an NRED is defined as an ISP for research and education, and it's distinguished by developing a backbone network. Then at the very bottom you see, and they provide above-net services. So really, NREDs have been positioning themselves as basically ISPs, and they're finding themselves adding more services just so that they can provide more services. But if you start looking at the landscape, you find out that there are much better ISPs and much better service providers. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but these are two magic quadrant diagrams from Gartner, and it shows on the top right the best, on the bottom the worst. I don't see any evidence of that. And so this has actually, when talking with other NRMs in Europe and in the US, I've been to a couple of meetings in New York, and talked with NISERNet, and talked with Internet 2, and talked with CIOs at other universities. And it seems like there's an identity crisis for NRMs. NRMs are struggling to figure out how can they compete in this environment and continue to add value. So the question then becomes, what is the value proposition for an NRM? Why should an NRM even exist? And what can we do to make that happen? One way to do that is to do a SWOT analysis. As strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. This is by no means scientific. It's just based on data and anecdotes I've collected through my travels. But if you start thinking about it, the strengths of an NRED is that it is an integral part of the research and education community. Most NREDs are communities. In fact, they all are communities. They're a combination of research and education institutions working together. In fact, none of the other ISPs and MSPs can say that they're part of that community. They're vendors, they're service providers. The opportunities for NREDs are in the evolving research and education needs of those institutions. All of them are going through serious digital transformation right now. It's not just about the technology, but it's also about the use of this technology for research and the use of this technology for education. If we look at the weaknesses, I think one of the biggest weaknesses is that we are committed to being ISPs. And I'm an internet service provider, an MSP. This is holding us back. There's another one that I thought about after I put this presentation together. We're all struggling with funding as well. So we need to find ways that we leverage our strengths, take care of the opportunities, and deal with our weaknesses of basically forgetting that we're ISPs and finding ways to go around the funding. And the threats really are the competition. Our competition are not the other internet providers, they're not the other entities, they're the ISPs, they're the MSPs. But there's also another threat that I forgot to mention. Policies, government policies, globally, regionally, and locally. So if we put all these together, and we start to think, well, how can we use the NRENs to go back to the core mission of supporting research and education? And what is our true value proposition that can leverage our strengths, take advantage of the opportunities, deal with our weaknesses, and address our threats? I would argue that the value proposition of NRENs is in leveraging ourselves to facilitate the transformation of research and education. Our role really is not to provide services. Our role is really to be the facilitator, the catalyst that helps transform research and education in this transformation. If you believe that, then I have a proposal for you. I would argue that NRENs need to pivot. They need to change. They need to move from being service providers, providers that actually build and operate networks, build and operate above the net services, as Wikipedia likes to say, into what I would like to call service brokers. We don't need to build and operate. What we really need to do is be the facilitator, the catalyst that combines those services, defines those services, and find people and organizations that provide those services, and then act as the middleman or middlewoman between the universities to provide transformation. So we really need to become more of product managers. People who will go to our community, understand what those needs are, define what those needs are, and then find those people, that organizations that provide those services, package them in ways so that we can provide them to our research and education communities. We also need to become shared resource managers. I'm excited to say that in many of those discussions today, I found many of those NRENs, at least in the region, are doing this. By that I mean there are very expensive resources that not a single university or research institution can afford, not a single government can afford. But some universities and organizations have those. And so the NREN's role is to open this up to the others. Examples I saw today are, for example, the accelerators like Sesame, or observatories across the world. And the third one is to become community advocates. There's a lot going on right now that is, but the threats are the policies that are going on. So we as NRENs are part of the community. We can speak on behalf of the community to push for certain policies, to push for certain funding, to push for certain things that the community as a whole needs. Here are some examples. As a product manager, for example, we can work together to negotiate prices on behalf of the community with ISPs so that we can get better deals for internet connectivity or better deals for point-to-point connectivity. In fact, that's what we did in Lebanon. Right now, because of our negotiations, we got an NREN for free. Also, procure services from managed service providers on behalf of the community. So we need an SIS, we need a student information system, we need a data warehouse. Don't build it. Negotiate it on the rest of the community, and then find ways to provide it to the community at better prices. And develop shared services that are not provided by MSPs. One of my favorites is Nidiro, for example, right? So why build something that other service providers have? As shared resource providers, some examples can be, and by the way, that's not a complete list. This is just some examples off the top of my head. I thought of on the way here. Shared services, we can provide managed resources such as high-performance computing. I've seen that, OSB does that, we do it in Beirut. Observatories and colliders. So find those expensive resources and open and work with the other research institutions to open them up, and then manage the sharing of that resources in a fair and equitable manner. Creating shared labs and prototyping spaces. One of the things we're facing with is we have a lot of
2 minutes.
we have a lot of engineering people that don't have labs. So what if one university has labs or prototyping environments? Manage those resources and open it out to other researchers. And exchange opportunities. What about internships? What about job opportunities? Find ways to make that happen. And finally, become a community advocate. Lobby the government in support of online education. How many of us here have countries that actually accredit online education? Why don't we work as a group to lobby the government to make that possible? Provide forums to share and collaborate. We're doing some of that. And provide internship opportunities. I'd like to leave you with a few thoughts. To me, NRMs are not ISPs. They are not internet service providers. They are not managed services providers. NRMs are catalysts for research and education, for advancement and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asmour, for this clear explanation. Our next speaker is Mirko Broto, IT consultant as Azrael from Brazil. His talk will be about Azrael network and service. Otto.
Can you hear me? Okay. First, I would like to thank our nice host, Marwan, for the opportunity and for the wonderful welcome. And it was great to be here and discuss all those important issues about research education. I would like to start my presentation with timeline, because I would like to show all the developments and the milestones that we achieved with the ACP project, and we started with Azure. So the first year of the project, we have been setting the base for the management of the network and connectivity all around this region. So we focus on this part of the process, which is to have all the tools necessary to manage the connections and to be able to check the performance of all the services that we put in place. During the second year, we kind of divided our attention between two major projects. One was the contracts for the connectivity that we put in place for Morocco and for Tunisia. And we also established a point of presence in UK, in London, together co-located with Gian point of presence, in order to be able to receive those new connectivities. And we also worked with some small cloud infrastructure. So because we needed that infrastructure to build our services and to put together our in-house services, we started with some very small infrastructure, and this was building up over the time during the start of the project. And we ended up, in fact, building some very small cloud services that we are able now to use and to provide some service for the community. So one of the good use that this kind of case study that we have was the information security workshop. We provided a very big, very powerful information security
and with the aim of building capacity in terms of understanding how information security works and what is necessary, because one of the objectives of this ACF project is to deliver some security operations centers in the region. The third year project, the main milestone that we have achieved was we as part of this big community, we have to keep checking how those links they are working. So the Atlas and Patterson projects are projects that keep checking all these links provided in user education to see the quality of those links, how they are performing over the time. And we also started a curriculum. I'm going to talk about that later because that's the icing of the cake. So we started a curriculum of graphic process units to build up our cloud infrastructure, the cloud environment that we've built. Also, we ended the last module of the information security workshop in the beginning of the year, and we started to work on the other components of connectivity. So we started to look at opportunities like the user project to aim for connectivity in the Mediterranean region, also for Algeria, connectivity for Algeria that's going to the moment that the Marrakech is going to end, so we need to renew it and to continue the connectivity. Other projects in parallel. So we started to move forward in terms of connectivity from what we have today and what we can achieve in the future. We implemented a role in Azure office, so as to be part is not completely at present in the process, it's progressing. And also we start to develop federation services like identity providers for Azure as an organization. And we have held a lot of help from my work to do that. And the GPU improvements ended very recently, last month. We were able to install the graphic processing units in our cloud environment, so we are able to provide some virtual machines with GPU capability right now. And in parallel to all that, we have done a very major upgrade in our service because this year, most of our systems use Ubuntu Linux as a service for performance and management of network. And because Ubuntu launched a new version this year, so we seized the opportunity to upgrade all our virtual machines, our operating systems, and also put the latest versions of all management systems that we have in place. So this is the face, the diagram of network, how it is today. I'm not showing all the connectivities that we have in the region, but just those that are managed by Azure, that goes directly to Azure nodes in Rome. So we have the 2 links that we established during the second year of the project. One big links for Marwan and the CCK, and we have also a link to the Cezanne Institute. It's not really a ACF project, it's more like a remnant of the Marrakech project, but anyway, it's one of the links that we've managed today. Performance monitoring, so we did an upgrade of our system, so we are able to now, using the latest versions of the tools, to get a sense of how our links are performing in real time, and to check the usage of the links by the endpoints, by the ones that we have connected. We manage the connection. Right? And one of the new features of the new versions of the system that we use for monitoring the network is something that came with the new version that's very interesting, is the ability that we have today to take a very close look at service level agreements. So this management tool that we use allows us to check, the service level, to compare the service level indicators that we have in the network with the service level objectives that are in the contract, in the agreement with the provider. So we can take a very good close look on these services, and we can check how is the indicators in comparison with the objectives for the links that we have in place. And we can generate reports, so the reports show the performance of the link over the time, so we can have all those tools available on account of the new features that were developed by upgrading everything into the latest version. So we have some red here in the branch of Morocco, but at the beginning of the year we had a problem with the round trip delay. But we were able to detect it and to work with the provider and work with Marwan to correct that problem. So now the system is performing very well. But the idea here, the point here is to show, the ability that Azure has today to look very closely at the links and performance of the way we are doing. This is a part of our cloud, small cloud infrastructure. We acquired some very powerful hardware, and although it was not our intention in the beginning of the project, but we ended up, using that infrastructure not only to build our systems, the management systems that we need, but also to provide some capacity, some computing capacity for researchers if they need. So now we have that in place. And what we do is that we can provide, we can pull those resources, we can pull all that hardware.
1 minute, please.
All the CPUs and the storage and the network capacity, and we can put that on a virtual machine and provide that to users to run a Atari code or whatever operating systems of their choice. We provide them just infrastructure as a service at the moment. So one thing that we did, and that's the one thing that I want to talk about, is the upgrade that we did recently that we had graphic processing units to one of our servers. And this is very interesting because this gives the possibility, the opportunity of providing virtual machines with graphic processing units. Graphic processing units, they are better than the traditional CPUs because they have a very powerful way of parallel computing, and they are very powerful to do some matrix computing. They were initially used for graphics application, but today they are used for deep learning and artificial intelligence. And I'm glad to say that we have already one candidate, client researcher in Parasite that is a candidate to use those VMs. So we are working on the next couple of weeks to provide that VM with GPUs in order for them to work with their students in artificial intelligence and deep learning. I believe that's it. How am I? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Porto. Now, I would invite our endless speaker, Madame Elgas Itala.
It's not an English name, it's not an Italian name.
Senior International Relations Project Manager at Géant from United Kingdom. She will explain how and why Géant is at the heart of the global air and air network. Please.
So after all these exciting accounts from Edward colleagues across the ASU region, I would like to invite you now to mentally cross the Mediterranean and find out what is happening in Europe in terms of research and education networking. Because Europe is actually the geographical remit, so to speak, of my own organization, which is GEAM. But let's But what is GEAM? In essence, it's a membership organization. Sorry. Pan-European Research and Education Network, which has the same name as the organization, GEANT Network. We manage a portfolio of value-added collaboration and aiding services for research and education, which we have seen growing also in this region. They're usually prefixed by EDU, so we have at Rome, again, Vienna, and so on. We are fundamentally community-driven, so we foster innovation, collaboration, knowledge sharing among our members and the wider community. And we do that in task forces, in topic-specific working groups, and by bringing also the global community together at least once a year at our flagship event, which is TNC. But we also coordinate and we participate in EU-funded projects, primarily the GEANT project. And this comes with very generous support from the European Union and allows us to do everything I just said to the right of this slide. But we also participate in other EU-funded projects or programs. As I said in the opening session, I have been around for a while and I work in the international department of GEANT because we also operate outside Europe. We are involved in regional EU-funded networking projects which aim at developing backbones, networking in other parts of the world. Like here in the ASEAN region, we have Human Connect, Africa Connect. And if you look at this map here, I think it is fair to say that GEANT has a position at the heart of global research and education networking by contributing to the development of this global network. And we do that by either procuring connectivity to other world regions in the context of regional networking projects, such as also the Marrakech link into Europe in the framework of Africa Connect 3. We cost share circuits with global partners. We procure our own links, transcontinental links, and we peer with global partners that bring their own connectivity to Europe. And the result is this fantastic connectedness. Now, as far as our vision and mission are concerned, in a collaborative spirit, GEANT and its members set out to deliver an information ecosystem to advance innovation, research, and education on a global scale. And our ambition is to actually future-proof our offering. And we want to keep positioning ourselves as a trusted partner of the research and education communities of our users, and also a trusted and valued partner of our members and our funders, particularly the European Commission. And to deliver this strategy, we are driven by 8 strategic goals. So we want to be trusted partners for the development of research and education network in the world. We want to do that in a secure way. We want to be abreast, stay abreast of technological development, so innovation, but also community-driven. We continue fostering our long-standing relationship with the European Union to deliver their own mission of connecting the unconnected. We forge strategies and synergies with other stakeholders for the benefit of our members and our users. And most importantly, we have a solid governance in place. So members are sitting on our board. Members are represented on decision-making and advisory committees such as the cost share committee. And last but not least, we want to ensure financial sustainability, not just for us, so that I can have a job, but also for the benefits of our members. But let's have a look at the GEANT network itself. And let's go back 31 countries across Europe. Now we are well over 40. And the latest DWDM technologies allowed us to operate at speeds up to 10 gigabits per second. And at the time, so 20 years ago, this was certainly one of the most advanced networks in the world. 20 years later, the situation is quite different. So the network, our backbone, has just undergone a significant refresh. And that sees now most of our endpoints actually connected on fiber and spectrum on 15-year IID terms. And that in itself gives you this kind of fairly priced connectivity across Europe, where a gigabit of capacity costs virtually the same across the network. And as a result, we now have quite a robust network in place. We have 7 petabytes of data carried per day over the IP backbone. We have total network availability, and we have now 100 gigabits per second services available across the whole network. And we are set up actually to a network capacity of around 8 terabit per second, just to stay ahead of the user demand. So that is really now, I'm proud to say, a network fit for the next generation. And in North Africa, we have now the opportunity, in partnership with the European Union, to replicate something, or to build something similar in the context of Medusa, which will also bring, if it goes ahead, obviously, because we're still exploring, but if it goes ahead, then we have the opportunity of having long-term, predictably priced, high-capacity connectivity provision for the whole of North Africa. Now, the value proposition. Yusuf Asfour has talked quite extensively about it. I don't want to necessarily repeat myself, but if you allow me. So we have gone in our journey, we have gone well beyond the sole role of connectivity providers by actually offering and brokering also services which are on top of the stack. So they are bespoke services to meet the needs for our research and education communities. So we have Edinburgh. Glenn has already mentioned it. It's available in Morocco, and you are the operator. And Sami even managed to get Edinburgh working here in his hotel. So basically, it's the Wi-Fi, the global Wi-Fi service, and you don't have to bother with passwords, with authentication, security. You flip your laptop open, Edinburgh appears among your Wi-Fi options. You log in with your credentials from your home institution, and you're ready to go. It's just fantastic. The same with Educate. Also, Morocco has its own federation. The single, which enables single service, sign-on service for authentication. Other trust and identity services such as Teams or VPN.
1 minute.
We have security tools, collaboration tools such as video conferencing, but also cloud services. And we have open science, which is another milestone on our journey, where we become neighbor not only for cross-border, but also cross-disciplinary research activities. And then there is the value of community. The value of community, which is also represented in community events, such as Engage, Aspen's event, or this very event, which is a hallmark of this community spirit. So there is obviously value, but no room for complacency. We should be proud, but not complacent. And like any other event, also Jean needs to continue ensuring that the value is understood by its community need to show the impact of what you do. And I invite you to visit, for example, this wonderful community resource, which is called the In the Field blog, which collects element stories from across the world and shows really an impressive picture of the impact we have. So given that I'm running out of time here, but I think it is really important to mention it as well, and some of you have picked up on it already. It's not just a question to engage with members and with the funders. On your journey, you need to bring along also your users. And then those users, like the high energy physics area, they know pretty much how to actually get the best out of the networks. I always call them the network, the bandwidth-hungry, network-savvy user suspects. And they obviously, as part of our user engagement, or shared user engagement, they're typically also involved in optimizing the infrastructure, which then allows us to future-proof our offering. But there are also some user communities that are not so network savvy, that are technically not so literate, and they require still handholding because they're equally important. It's time-consuming, but play to your strength, select, but engage. So my last slide, thank you for your patience, but just wanted to show this map again, because I think one of the finest assets of our community is this connectedness, which is visualized in this global connectivity map. I'm a very, very strong believer of strong regions, strong regional organizations, strong backbones, catalyzed by the cooperation of the elements in that region, and then interconnect them, provide access for them to this global network fabric. And in Adriatic, we see in Asren this unifying voice for the Arab world. I know we should be mindful of geopolitical differences, geopolitical challenges, but I urge all the elements in the Asren region to really work together, to work with Asren, to join forces, because together you are stronger. Shukran.
Thank you, Elga, for all those information. I added 3 minutes to Olga because she speaks slowly. Donc, with this, we have reached the end of this session. I invite you all to lunch, and we will start our next session at 2 o'clock. But at the first, we take photos together here, please. The question, please, yes. I am angry.
Just to from Professor Asman, I agree with him about the vision of foreigners, but maybe it's very important to move in this direction. For some elements, for the moment, we have the chance to be, we are still competitive like ISPs. But I am sure if the day where we will not be competitive, we will close our customers. So we have to move certainly in this direction.
What do you consider is the biggest impediment for the low uptake of all your wonderful services in your community? I was just wondering, you outlined your services, you have quite a few services, really innovative ones. But you said when you provide the child with stars, how much update there is. There's not that much update. What do you think is required to change that?
For example, for some services that we have direct interaction with users, it's a very nice like HPC. But other services, we need the involvement of the IT department of the universities to deploy such services in the university. Like IVPN, we have more interaction with the IT department in the universities to push them to deploy the services. But for services that we have direct interaction with the users are demanding for services. For example, I take the example of HPC. At HPC, we are still at nearly 100% of usage. And because we offer the service daily to users.
I have a question and a comment. Going on to your point, absolutely, we have to continue building the networks or providing the network services. But I would argue that if we also start buying the networks and acting as a broker, we can go faster and cheaper. That's how we were able to build the networks in Lebanon without having to spend any money. But I also have a question for Sosa, if you don't mind. I noticed on your map, you're building a Wi-Fi network. My question is, why not leverage EduHub, which already exists, and it took us like one person for 3 hours to build it. So I'm just wondering why build your own instead of, based on the brokering part, use EduHub.
Can I answer? Yes. Thank you for the question, but for the Wi-Fi connection, we provide additional services for the community in order to enlarge the connection and enhance the connection and the use of platforms, existing platforms in the community. So it is easier for us to make a Wi-Fi based connection inside and also outside the buildings. We don't have connection outside the buildings now.
So you're focused on the hardware?
Yes, mainly. But can I ask a question? Can I? Yes. So I saw that you made a great SWOT analysis in Marwan. So I like this SWOT analysis. What are the benefits and the advantages? For both of all actors, but mainly for Marwan Network. I want to say that this SWOT analysis allows us to make sure steps, forward steps, and my question to our colleagues, our Palestinian colleagues. So, did you thought about any SWOT analysis for a grid connection that involves cloud services and so on? Because in our case for Tunisia, we made also a SWOT analysis, but I know that I have only 10 minutes. So this is very interesting.
Thank you. Actually, we did simple SWOT analysis.
Yes.
Actually, the result was we need to focus in quick win services like Europe and the national repository aggregator, in order to facilitate and encourage universities and other community researchers and others to engage in our platform and our network. So we need to go and to sustain the services. Since the history of our Bab suffering from insufficient services, so we start with services, quick win services, in order to proceed gradually and build our brand identity. This is the approach and the strategy for us for now. Thank you.
We have just 5 minutes for questions and answers.
Yes, I can take a few minutes. Well, I have a question to Giant Fox. Within the ASFA project, we have a computing working group, and as I said in my talk, there are different input to collect the community input, and we have this group has performed survive across Africa, and from this survive there is a very well documented, and it is very clear that there is a huge need to reach the connectivity in several levels in Africa, and we are connected with people who really transfer this need. And for instance, I would like my question here: how we could, for instance, Giant to engage with ASFA in a way through the project that we are discussing, but also, because there are different physics academies included the UK ones, and the point that we are trying to arrive, really we need some kind of collaboration. Really we need that this survive reach you, in terms that you are looking for a global collaboration, and then maybe we discuss how we could really collaborate better, how we could improve these needs that is very, very, very explained in the survey. So, yeah, I invite you. This is I invite you really to collaborate with us.
We would love to, and we will, but the problem is, in terms of connectivity, getting connectivity, we rely on market forces. We can't make the prices up. We have a certain budget when it comes to regional projects, and there is co-funding requested from the countries as well. And it's not the cables that gets to Africa, it's the last mile which is the issue. So what we certainly also do, and we have been doing that quite forcefully also in Africa Connect 3, really doing more advocacy so that it is coming to the level of the African Union, for example, to then percolate down that pressure also to open up the markets and to deregulate the market. It's a slow process, but we have seen, for example, in Algeria, where we have done that jointly with the NREN. We have not one provider there, just one. Okay, so the prices have been outrageous. But we lobbied, and we managed now to get a 30% price reduction. It is possible, but like with everything, it's time intensive and it needs to be a team effort.
Thank you. We take a photo together here.
Meanwhile, while I'm gathering for the picture, I commend Yusuf, agree with Yusuf to a good extent, but totally agree, not totally agree. I like what you have, because it gives you better opportunity to reach out to the users, which is our challenge actually. When once the challenge actually, we are able to exactly reach out to the users. So definitely that's very good model. And the other model, handling infrastructure, technology, and connectivity, I think it's a debate. It will go forever, because we have been doing that, the question repeating for the last 20 years. But what we are proposing is really good, especially for those who are able to establish like those. That's some this practice, like we are contracting the network and doing other business. So I agree with you to good extent. Thank you. Let's go forward.
Please join us for a group photo for lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we have 5 panelists. You are welcome. We will start with Mr. Hisham Boutrasha, which is the Chief of Division, Moroccan Institute of Scientific and Technical Information. You have the floor. تفضل.
I'm happy to be here today with you in this very important initiative of ASREN in collaboration with CNRST and Marwan from CNRST. I'm Hisham Boutrasha, head of INIST, Moroccan Institute for Scientific and Technical Information, which is entity of CNRST. INIST is an entity of National Center for Scientific and Technical Research, who is major R&D operator in Morocco. During my speech, I will try to present our main projects carried out by INIST, especially those that are consistent with its main mission to support researchers by setting up content and documentary services, and the valorization of national research patrimony or heritage. By carrying out the framework of this mission, INIST integrates to a large extent the spirits and the objectives of open access and open science. This begins with basic documentary needs, up to the stage of dissemination and use of research results by the ASTI community. First, INIST is managing since 2008 the Moroccan Consortium for Access to Scientific and Technical Information. This allows researchers to access and optimize the condition of sharing costs to a wide range of documentary resources. For now, the consortium only contains public universities, but an extension project is currently being studied and finalized. Our subscriptions covers, in particular, the full text content of, for example, Science Direct, Cairn, Springer, GSTOR, Research for Life databases, and recently Lexis MA and Lexis 360 for legal information. Our researchers have also access to bibliographic and analytical tools and bibliographic reference managers. Professors and PhD students also have access to the anti-plagiarism tools authenticates. In addition, at the level of the 5 thematic libraries of INIST, a multidisciplinary fund at research level is made available to researchers with an online catalog, making it possible to identify the available resources. This is particularly useful for university collections and Moroccan paper theses in paper format. To facilitate access to these resources and their use, a remote access system is made available to all researchers of the Moroccan Consortium. Based on authentication by institutional email, this device makes it possible to circumvent the problems of access and other equipment from which certain research establishments may suffer. Researchers and professors benefit also from a rich program in terms of training and support. This training is provided by both supplier experts and industry executives. Along the research journey, it supports its production and dissemination activities. 3 complementary platforms make it possible to cover the needs at this level. Authority for the subject of ongoing thesis or in progress, TOPAL for final thesis, and PRSM for scientific publishing support. As soon as the researcher is registered for a doctorate, the Authority platform allows its host structure to record and make public information on the research topic. This is a visibility device that was designed to promote collaboration and give an idea of the interest and involvement of researchers in certain disciplines and research teams. Once the thesis is finalized, another product, TOPAL, is there to receive the bibliographic data and maybe possibly the full text of the doctoral thesis. This allows greater visibility of researchers who have been able to concretize their research and facilitates networking and collaborative work. Ultimately, the objective is to achieve inter-communication institutional platforms where the researcher will be himself the initiator of institutional archival process. And to encourage scientific publishing, INIST has set up a portal of Moroccan scientific journals, PRSM. 200 journals, including 60% of humanities and social science. This system offers publishers support services for the design, hosting, management of the editorial process, training and awareness of good practice in scientific publishing. The journals hosted in the PRSM also benefit from DOI services, anti-plagiarism tool, assistance with referencing in DOIG and Google Scholar, for example, training workshops for indexing in Scopus or Web of Science. This system thus makes it possible to support and promote national scientific and technical production, which is not captured by the major journal, international journal, particularly in the field of humanities and social science. At this level, and to improve scientific quality and integrity, researchers and professors have access to the plagiarism prevention tool, Authenticate. There is also a need concerning books, quite similar to national journals. We therefore plan to set up a tool for this type of content, which we consider to be highly important, particularly humanities and social sciences. We also intend to develop tools to host, manage, store, and enhance research data. There is already a Dataverse MA Morocco platform in beta version. All our projects also aim to register our strategy and projects in the FAIR principles. All of this seems to be working very well. Would that mean there are no issues? Of course not. I will take the example of TOPAL to explain why things are not going as fast as we want. We notice there, for example, for TOPAL, that the number of theses in TOPAL is not so big. And that this is not homogeneous according to the different universities. In reality, we face significant challenges. First, publication permission is still required. For administrative reasons, only 23% of the theses are full text available in TOPAL. Administrative solutions are under discussion, and updates of the doctoral chapter is expected. Second, the current version of this space is outdated and does not support the implementation of breakthrough updates as DOI integration or ORCA or C. There's also a bureaucratic complication that make it quite difficult to do it fast. And finally, we are working in integrating TOCA and Odrohati. This is in progress, which is obvious. So we need like in Marwan, we need to mobilize partners, mainly universities. What are we doing now? A newly set up platform. Excuse me. A newly set up platform to facilitate the sharing of thesis and dissertation between universities, Center of Research Doctoral and Seniority via Drive. An adaptation of submission process to focus more on the electronic version of the thesis. The distribution being acquired, the diffusion is being acquired at the time of deposit on the Drive. To avoid metadata deficits, use of OCR techniques and artificial intelligence to extract and rational data. The creation of bridge of exports and imports between the metadata of this space, TOCAD and COA library OPAC, in order to speed the processing workflow. Encourage and update terms of publication to support open access to full text, integration of ORCID API ecosystem to our platform, including TOCA, creation of a community that encourages the use of a long ID for the researcher like ORCID in order to sanitize visibility. You see in this photo the building that houses Marwan and Limis together in Rabat. The 5 Limis Library are on the other side. Thank you for your attention. I apologize if my English was very bad for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hisham. You are in time. Exactly. Thank you very much. So we move to the second speaker, Professor Shahad Zioud, the Director General for Development and Scientific Research in the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research in Palestine. Thank you very much. So the presentation is entitled Mapping and Visualizing the Arab Region's Contribution to Global Environmental Research through Open Access Publishing.
Thank you, Dr. Sausan, for introducing me, and many thanks for Asmin and Marwan for giving me this opportunity to present my work at this important conference. My topic is concerned with mapping and visualizing the Arab region's contribution to global environmental research through open access publishing. Two comments before proceeding to the presentation. First, we have selected environmental research because environmental issues in the Arab world are top priorities at the agenda of policymakers and researchers. This is because the environment of the Arab world is characterized by its harsh and vulnerability to climate change impacts. Therefore, much efforts are devoted to addressing and analyzing environmental issues in the Arab world. Second, this analysis will provide us with a clear picture and perspective about the performance of Arab researchers in different fields of science. The environmental research field will be a case study and will be a representative case to reflect the performance in other fields of science. With respect to open access, the focus will be on the performance of Arab work in environmental research using open access publishing module. With respect to open access publishing, the benefits are well documented, as open access provides access to knowledge because it's free availability. Open access publications receiving higher citation counts. Open access offers wider collaboration among researchers and institutions and greater reach and leadership. According to an analysis conducted by Nature Journal, a well-known and prestigious journal, with respect to the benefits of open access publications, it's found that open access publications receive 1.6 more citations than non-open access articles, 4 more times downloads for open access articles compared to non-open access, and open access publications receive 2.5 more attentions, attracted 1.9 more news mentions, and 1.2 more policy mentions compared to non-open access publications. In summary, open access publications benefiting readers without access because for the availability of open access publications, and furthermore benefiting the articles, authors, and researchers. This is because metrics associated with open access publications are taken into consideration when conducting performance evaluations of scientists, researchers, institutions, and play an important role in scientists and researchers' professional and advancement and status. It's clear that open access publications are gaining a foothold in the publishing world, but in the same time, it is deepening the inequality between developing and developed countries in sharing scientific advances, since developed countries are having much financial resources to support open access publishing activities. While in its origin, the open access should promote equal opportunities for researchers worldwide, either in developed or developing countries. We will focus in this analysis on the Arab world, because Arab world is a major producer of scientific information mainly in the recent period, and we assume that open access publication is witnessing a significant increase in the production. We make this assumption and we will check this assumption if it is true or not during this analysis. The major objectives of this analysis is to tracing the growth and development of environmental research with an origin from the Arab world and is disseminated through open access publishing module. Furthermore, we will explore different bibliometric indicators, quantitative and qualitative, associated with these publications. And lastly, we will conduct a comparative analysis between publications published as open access and non-open access subscription model. The major steps of the methodology: we use Scopus database, a well-known literature database, as a source for our information for this analysis. Within Scopus database, the right side of the slide, there are 4 major subject areas: health sciences, life sciences, physical sciences, and social sciences. We have selected the physical sciences, and within physical sciences, we focus on environmental science because it is a topic of our analysis. We use the following formula to select publications related to environmental fields at a global level, and after that with an origin from the Arab world. Subject area, this is the search formula within Scopus database. Subject area environment, and we selected a time period between 2011 and 2021. We have excluded 2022 because it's still open for new publications. The outcome is about more than 2 million documents published in environmental fields at a global level. After that, it is followed by limited the search for articles. We all know that there are different types of publications, articles, reviews, book chapters. We have selected only articles, and the figure became about 1,060,000 articles. After that, it is divided for open access. It is about, at the global level, 600,000 documents, about 36.1% out of total publications at the global level are open access, and 1 million is non-open access, representing a figure of about 64%. For the Arab world, the contribution of the Arab world in environmental fields, open access and non-open access, is about 60,000 documents, representing 3.6%. This figure gives us an indicator that the Arab world researchers who are working in environmental fields are doing very well compared to other fields of science, because it is a fact that the contribution of the Arab world in all fields of science is about 1% out of global productivity in all fields of science. Okay, the productivity of the Arab world is about 60,000 documents divided to, for open access, it is only 18,000 documents, representing a percentage of 32.7%, and this is a good indicator. We can conclude that the average of open access publications in the Arab world, 2.7%, is nearly the same that the global average, which is 36.1. This gives us an indicator that open access publishing rule is taking a great attention by researchers in the Arab world. The next step is conducting bibliometric analysis and visualizing mapping. The major results and discussion. Table 1 displays the productivity of Arab world as open access publications for countries. Saudi Arabia is topping the list of Arab world countries in open access publications with about 30.2%, followed by Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria. Table 2 displays the productivity of the Arab world as non-open access publications, environmental research. Egypt in the first position, followed by Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, Algeria, Iraq, Morocco. We can conclude that there are differences in the performance of the Arab world in terms of productivity due to different factors, mainly the number of populations, the wealth of the country, and the availability of scientific infrastructures. Table 3 displays the productivity of the Arab world in open access in environmental fields, but we involve an adjustment index. For results to be fair, we integrated an index that considers the number of populations, the GDP of each country, and the number of publications to be fair in ranking the countries. By adopting this index, Saudi Arabia became in the 7th place instead of first place, the last column. Egypt in the first place, Iraq in the second place, Morocco third, Algeria fourth, and Tunisia fifth. And the source of information related to the adjustment index in terms of number of populations, and the GDP is from the World Bank data. Table 4 and Table 5 displays the productivity at the global levels. United States topping the list of countries at the global levels in open access module, and China in an open access module. Figure 1 displays the yearly evolution of publications in environmental fields, open access and non-open access, with years, the evolutions of publications. The orange one represents the non-open access, and the blue one is the open access publication. The most important note is at 2021, open access publications are close to non-open access publications, and there is an exponential trend in the number of publications. Table 6 displays in more details the evolution of publications, open access and non-open access. It is important to display that in 2011, the ratio of open access publications out of the total publications means non-open access and open access, the figure was only 14%, and the trend is increasing, 19, 18. In 2021, it is about half, 45.167, and it is a good indicator that open access publications is gaining much attention by researchers in the Arab world. Figure 2 displays the visualization map of collaborations between Arab world countries and different countries in the world. This map clustering the countries according to different factors. The colors indicate that blue color, for example, is countries that collaborated more closer to each other. We can see in this group France, Tunisia, Morocco, and it is a fact that Arabian countries are cooperated much with France. Saudi Arabia, with a big circle, indicates that it is a most productive country, and the lines between countries indicates the links of collaboration between countries. We can conclude that much collaboration links is between Saudi Arabia and Egypt, the thicker line on the right side, and it is followed by Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia and the United States. The thicker line is the stronger links of collaboration between countries. The same with this map. This is density visualization map. Hot countries with red colors, active countries in terms of productivity and in terms of collaboration. Figure 4, network visualization map. This map gives us an indicator of good topics addressed as environmental fields and getting much attention by researchers from the Arab world. The same, there is clustering. The red color focus on issues related to water quality, climate change, wastewater treatment, which are major concerns in most countries of the Arab world, as we all under stress of water shortage and water crisis. The blue color cluster mainly related to the impacts of climate change on ecosystems, and the green color is related to the impacts of environmental issues and the climate change impacts on the public health. And we can see that COVID-19 pandemic, which have positive and negative impacts on the environment. For positive impacts, air pollution levels are down during the COVID-19 pandemic, but it is at the and we hope it will continue at the long term. But negative impacts are related to the impacts of COVID COVID-19 on the head. It is found different research works have found that regions with high rates of air pollution witness high rates of mortality mainly for elderly people. Okay, table 7 displays the most productive institutions at the Arab world level, open access publications. Saudi Arabia and Egypt institutions are doing very well compared to other institutions in different countries of the Arab world. Table 8 displays the most productive journals used by researchers from the Arab world to disseminate the outcomes of their environmental research. Sustainability Switzerland Journal topping the list, International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, Water Switzerland plans. Most journals are belonging to MDPI publisher. It is a well-known open access publisher. Lastly, we have conducted a comparative analysis between the major two countries in the Arab world, Egypt and Saudi Arabia, with the major two countries in the Middle East region, Turkey and Iran. In terms of number of publications, open access and non-open access at the global level, Saudi Arabia, the percentage or the contribution of Saudi Arabia is about 1%. Egypt is about 1%, Turkey is doing better, 1.6%, and Iran is the best. In terms of number of documents as open access, Saudi Arabia 38.4% publications published as open access, Egypt in the second place, Turkey in the third place, and Iran in the fourth place. In terms of collaborations, the fourth countries are doing the same performance. Okay, with respect to collaborations, the four countries, the two Arab countries, and Turkey and Iran are doing the same. Also, the same conclusion are with respect to hot topics or trends of research, because we are living in the same region and we are facing all the same challenges or environmental challenges. The major conclusions: open access publishing practices in the Arab world. We have found that the same average is nearly lies the global average. There are differences among Arab countries with respect to open access, depending on number of population, wealth of country, and scientific experience and infrastructure. Regional initiatives should be established to promote open access activities, and much regional research collaboration is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sheikh, for this nice presentation. Now we move to Mr. Raed Azoubi. Raed Azoubi is Library Director at Jordan University of Science and Technology. We have tackled the databases, the international databases, then the rankings and the journals, how to be cited, and then now I think that we are about Aslan's strategy. Just note in research that we have much journals that are impacted and indexed in international databases. So this is very nice for the Arab community.
We are thinking about asking strategies and supporting collaboration and science activities. Actually, the strategy is supporting open science in general. Focus on libraries and academic libraries in particular. Well, the academic library traditional rule always to avail, maintain access to information, resources, and as Mr. Hisham mentioned, there is a bulk of databases, resources, rules available, also the ICT services, the space as well, where students, researchers can meet and collaborate. Talking briefly on the definition of open science, open science is actually a kind of a practice rather than something specific. When we talk about practice, it brings collaboration, contribution about research data, about lab notes, about the research process itself, making them freely available, enable them to reuse, be redistributed, and protected in a manner or other. And it is always important to differentiate between open access and open science. Actually, open access is part of open science. Open science is much wider than open access. When it comes to academic libraries, the current situation, the academic libraries already became involved in the aspects of this new environment. You find libraries promoting open access, setting up publishing services, developing research management policies, running the data repositories as well. But what about the open science as a generic topic for academic libraries? Actually, this rule has been recognized, identified, and maybe with the UNESCO declaration, there is a mention for libraries and academic libraries in particular. So the rule is supposed to be as a kind of enabler for research communities. When we talk about libraries as enabler, we talk about preserving and protecting burgeoning scholarly content, giving the support to the infrastructure for availing these services, contributing with the research data management policies and strategies, the advocacy and awareness on benefits of open science, the training and supporting researchers to open their research workflow. For sure, there is a challenge about competences and skills needed. There is the need to advise on the preserving research output, a need for knowledge to advise on data management, another need for knowledge to support researchers in complying with the various mandates of funders, knowledge about metadata, knowledge about data mining, and much all other sets of competencies. Back to the main topic of my presentation about the asset strategy on open science in general, which is supporting open science communities and lab. One of the major initiatives is the research initiative. This initiative was launched in 2016. Target was to bring research and education network and academic libraries together to build a sustainable and relevant approach for open access and open science. Outcome of the research initiative so far, there's terms of reference for library collaboration, there's metadata guidelines for repositories, DANS for regional repository hosting services, there's also national and institutional policy templates. ASREN was saying that the research initiative is a partnership between three regional research and education networks, ASREN, WACREN, and Open Alliance, with support with the European Union and other entities. As a contribution to this initiative, there was the research third workshop conducted in Tunisia in 2019, and there was a priority service on this workshop about the need of getting a federated discovery system, the need of increasing value of Arabic content, shared content hosting platform, advocacy training, and communication of practice. There was another workshop, unfortunately it was a virtual workshop due to the COVID situation in 2020. There is also a third ASEAN business workshop during the annual conference of ASEAN in 2020 also. ASEAN keep promoting the open access trend, the open science trend and the practices through mailing lists for libraries and scientific research communities through other social media. ASEAN always contribute to build business working groups. There are 3 major working groups for the business. Infrastructure, for designing the capacity building as well. One of the important contribution for ASEAN is having a kind of brokerage event at our affair compliant common in the ASEAN region. This event was part of a program, the 16th International Conference on all the science universities. Aim was to promote fair principles and open science commons in the ASEAN region. The event was actually a 3 hours event. It was divided into 3 parts: workshop, program session, and hands-on tutorial. Participants were from different countries, from ASEAN region, from Europe, from Italy specific, and from the BID vendors, which was data science. Back to the need of BIDs, best identifiers. There is a continuous collaboration from ASEAN side with the providers of services such as data science and ORCID. There were and still continued technical awareness sessions, training for research and educational network staff, for library research, communities, to address the importance of BIDs. ASEAN also have continuous discussion with data science, ORCID, and the aim is to bring ASEAN and partners in the region to be BID providers, enablers in the region and at the national level as well. ORCID and ASEAN have assigned MOU to facilitate the adoption of ORCID IDs and use the ORCID registry among the members of ASEAN's community. Collaboration with the friends here, back to the outcome of ASEAN license workshop in Tunisia about the need to federated tool to bring the Arabic content or the content in the Arabic region. There was a kind of discussion with the reference ended with the signing an agreement last June. The aim of this agreement is collaboration to advance open science policies, services, and infrastructure. La France is a project in Latin America, which is a kind of harvesting tool and presenting tool to the open access content in Latin America. We will be implementing the setup of the reference in ASEAN region and bring it to the Arabic content as well. We have a collaboration with EOS, the European Open Science Cloud. The European Open Science Cloud is an environment, is supposed to be an environment for hosting and processing research data to support the EU scientists. EOS ultimately aim is to get a kind of good fair data and services for science in Europe. For ASREN, ASREN became observer member in March 2021. ASREN participated in General Assembly conducted last May. This picture is from the gathering, the General Assembly gathering in Brussels. ASREN members, team members are involved in all ESG activities. I myself am a member of the Fair Metrics and Data Quality Task Force. And the ASREN is counting on this collaboration to initiate a kind of Arabian open science cloud setup. Collaboration with UNESCO, you know the importance of UNESCO, the UNESCO Declaration on Open Science. There is a contribution to the UNESCO recommendation on open science. There is different area of collaboration with UNESCO, developing national roadmaps at the national level. The Arab States Open Science Cloud, the policy development workshop as well. Also, there is a continuous collaboration, the Association of Arab University, the Association of Arab University, and ASREN have signed the MOU. The MOU includes similar pillars that mostly focus on supporting the development of pan-Arab dedicated research and education network. And this is, of course, integrate and accumulate on the efforts of NREN in the Arab region, since most of the Arab universities are working under the umbrella of the Association of Arab Universities. There is also sharing knowledge with research and education communities in the regions, for cooperation in open science and open access. Recently, there is a MOU signed with the Federation of Arab Scientific Research Council. This MOU focused on collaboration on all the relevant infrastructures, the tools and applications of scientific research. Thank you, and I hope
Thank you, Mr. Raad. Thank you very much. We move to the next speaker, Mr. Ognian Prenyat. Mr. Ognian is the director in the European Infrastructures and Projects, the NREN of Greece. You have the floor. Your presentation is entitled Europe Open Science Cloud Platform. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you for ASREN and to Marwan for inviting me also. It's always a pleasure to meet with old friends and make new friends too. So thank you. It's going very well. This conference, there's a number of things that were discussed here, and this talk leads nicely for the guide about ASREN efforts in open science. So European Open Science Cloud was also mentioned. So here is this snapshot of European Open Science Cloud, which aspires to provide a virtual environment for Europe's 2 million researchers and 70 million science and technology professionals from everyday research, innovation, educational areas to collaborate and to open their data and use this platform to exchange data, publish it into the platform, take the data from the platform, work with it, and so on. So this is a whole life cycle of scientific research that the European Open Science Cloud wants to cover. Currently, the landscape is fragmented. There is a number of different research infrastructures, a number of different electronic generic infrastructures available to facilitate open research, but somehow it is not working. So the Open Science Cloud brings all this together in a common environment, which is a fair environment. So the data is findable, accessible, interoperable, usable, and the services also. So the Nifos Europe project, which we manage within our Greek NRN, together with other 22 partners in Europe. This project is one of the 4 projects that covers the whole of Europe, trying to engage all the countries in an equal way to contribute to this vision of European Open Science Cloud. So this particular project here, the Ethos Europe, includes 15 member states and associated countries with 22 partners. So this is the geographical area, it's Southeast Europe, plus some parts of the Caucasus. So these 50 countries work together in order to contribute to the governance of overall European Open Science Cloud, but also to contribute their services and data to this common environment. Within the project that we currently run, and this is not just a project presentation, I'll try to really make links with the ASREN situation. So here, the first line of action is to try to bring the community together. So that is a similar thing that, again, ASREN might be starting to do also through LibSense and other initiatives in open science, that you bring the service operators, such as NRNs or computing centers in the countries, together with the libraries, together with other scientific practitioners in order to make a community. So we call this National Open Science Cloud Initiative. So we try to build these in all the countries that we cover. This is just a snapshot of this region where we show where we have particular open science policy in place in this country. So majority of the countries have some kind of a national open science strategy or plan in place, and some are under development. They have this kind of open science plan under development. And then, so we just look at this situation, and then we try to bring together all the players. Yeah? So a living ecosystem within each country that is bringing all the players together to form the National Open Science Cloud Initiative. And we have a toolbox how to set this up. So this can come from the level of ministry. For example, the Ministry Council says, it is my policy to have open science supported in this country. Please, the community, come together and work on this. There is a funding program, for example. Yeah? So this is like a top to bottom approach. Then you have a bottom-up approach, where the community comes together and raises the awareness within the policy-making levels of the country for the need for support for such an initiative. So we have different ways and different methodologies to guide the communities how to structure themselves on the national level to facilitate open science and to also get national support for open science. So we have a 5-step methodology. I'm going to go through this. But if there is an action within the region of ASREN in Morocco, for example, to how to structure this community at the national level and how to lobby also with the policymakers for support, we have the supporting documents and approaches how we might help you to do this. So we have a very tangible results after a few years of project running. We have set up the National Open Science Cloud Initiatives in 10 countries actually. So it's 9, but 10 out of 15 countries. And the other 5 countries are pending. And by the end of the project, which is in the next 5 months, we hope to set up the National Open Science Cloud Initiatives in all the countries. So we have also these countries being represented inside the European Open Science Cloud Association, which ASREN is also an observer there. So we have also a large number of members inside this organization, which are from our region, and they're also supported through the Gnosis part of this association. So we have very tangible outcomes in terms of organizing nationally open science communities to work together. Then we have a line also, which is very important again for Open Science Cloud. We have to have a set of services and policies also in place to support the open science. So these services start from the basic services, such as those provided by Jan, and then to different services for data storage, management, computation on the data, persistent identifiers that were also mentioned in a couple of presentations. So there are different services that need to be available in order to support the whole life cycle of open science production and usage of knowledge. So we have a particular environment for these services to be checked before they're onboarded and put into production. So if there is like a cloud installation that needs to be connected to the Open Science Cloud and provides infrastructure as a service VMs, ASREC does to its members and so presentation. So we have a way to check whether this service complies with the certain standards of European Open Science Cloud. So we have something which is like a test environment, pre-production environment, we put our services, we check if they comply to basic requirements, if they're ready for production, and then they're put into the production within this European Open Science Cloud. So we provide different types of services. So the services could be generic services, like generic storage, generic cloud infrastructure service, persistent identifiers, repositories, which are also certified for their fair quality, let's say. And then also we have thematic services. So this could be the services which are provided by for a particular community. So it could be a climatology service or let's say a visualization environment for digital culture and cultural heritage. Different types of services, so genome sequencing services and so on. So there are different types of services in different scientific fields, which can also be provided in this European Open Science Cloud for the researchers to come and use. So these are the three types of basic services that we are on board with the European Open Science Cloud. So there are different procedures and policies, as I mentioned. This is just a snapshot of services. So only from our region, as an example of order of magnitude of what we do, so 36 repositories are different scientific repositories in different countries are fair and certified and available to this European Open Science Cloud, 31 thematic services, 21 generic services, and then we have some core services which we will do together as well. So the important thing here is that within this, so we are a small region, let's say slightly not that developed as the bigger European countries, these 15 countries that are part of our grouping, let's say. But we contribute to about, so the size of our service catalog is about a third of the pan-European service catalog. So this is a very good result for us and shows that there is many services that the researchers can use and share, even if the level of technological development is not as high as in bigger European countries. And I will talk a little bit more about this regional dimension. Helga was also mentioning how this is important, the regional dimension, and how this adds value. And tomorrow I will talk a little bit more about this, how things are really working very well for us in terms of regional cooperation and strengthening the smaller countries and encouraging them to work and actually they perform better than the bigger European centers. So this is an example. This 1/3 of all the European services are coming from our region. Then we have a set of activities which also deal with developing different certification schemes and different open research data management tools for adoption of fair principles and for generally to support open research data management. We have 3 specific tools that we develop, but also a number of other guidelines and so on. So we work also a lot about different aspects of fairing the data and some tools that support this kind of fairing the data. So these are the 3 tools that we detail here. And then we have a very important line of work which is also engagement with the community. Apart from, so there is all the different aspects of trying to training people, training events, training the trainers in all the countries. It's very important to have a champion in each country which can be a technical person who has the know-how of people training the community in different aspects of open science and fair principles. It's very important to promote within the community the ideas of open science and different actions regarding that. So the training is really the most important thing, and the user engagement. So how do we engage the users? We are focusing on 3-4 different groups of our users, let's say, that we started engaging from the very beginning. So digital cultural heritage, life sciences, climate sciences, and computational physics. These are the big, let's say, user communities that we have in our region. We have defined different scientific use cases and so on, engage these communities, and then we open the call, an open call for use of the service that exists. This call was actually also open to the associate state program, And I have advertised this also because Egypt and I think Tunisia is also associated in that sense. So this call was open also to the science in this part of this region. Nobody has applied. Nevertheless, from our region, all of Europe, we have 20 applications which have been received for the use of services, and this has been presented. We have also from our region, but also from other European countries. And this is the order of magnitude of the services we provide. For example, just generic services, 3.2 million CPU hours, 15,000 GPU hours, 50 terabytes of storage, and 20 virtual machines. Just an example of how much capacity we provide for these communities. And then we also, to engage the community, we also have the promoters. So these are people who are visible in the scientific world. Somebody who is who has, let's say, PR skills, a scientist who has also PR skills to engage with the media and promote the science. So we have people who represent us there. I'm showing you this photo. In each country there is one. This is a very useful tool. Then we also have different training events in each country and so on, a number of cross-training events. We had a training event that was open for the ASRIN community, and a few people from this region have also participated in this training event. And I hope, again, if there is an interest to engage with us, we will always offer collaboration and also the provision of services. So the training platform is available. There are different training profiles and different learning paths within the platform, which is available on this link, so people can have a look at the open science material we have here. So you can browse and learn about these things. And then we have different campaigns and so on. Dissemination events, how we want to go through this. We have, during the epidemic, we also provided our services for COVID research, and there was actually some very serious work coming out of use of our services for COVID. Okay, this is something about promotional materials, social campaigns. The one I wanted to conclude with was that this is a regional effort that has been running for the past 20 years. Yeah? So we started off from networking, and this links into the previous speech, what is an NRN and what is the identity of NRN and where it should go, and this was a very good speech. American University roots. So here we started the collaboration between the NRNs on the level of networking, and then this expanded to high-performance computing, cloud services, high-performance computing services, data management services, and so on. So we have different functionalities which are developing within the NRNs, which go beyond traditional networks. And this, I think, is a strength, an NRN which can have a number of different roles and serve communities in different ways with rich service portfolios. So we're running these kind of initiatives for 20 years. There is a regional platform which is working and serving our scientists in the region. This is also a springboard for smaller countries to join wider initiatives, and it is somehow more efficient and better for us to do this rather than be just lost somehow in very big organizations. So this is just a timeline of this project, so I'll talk about this more tomorrow. But I just want to say that all this regional work that we do, and also ASRIN does, these are the pieces of the puzzle which is much bigger than just technical work. Yeah? So you help retain the scientists within the countries. Yeah? So not only the scientists, but also the engineers which operate these platforms. So this is a very important thing. Instead of just relying on external services and so on, we also have all developers and engineers within the NRNs which are able to support such services. Then you ease the digital divide between the region and the rest of the, let's say, more developed world, whatever that means. Then making the benefits of information society and science available to all the citizens. Then pursuing joint research and development activities in the countries of our region at least. Also, I think in a way contributes to the regional stability and business in Southeast Europe, and sure also this region too. So more about these kind of details. So Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ognian. Thank you for this nice presentation. Our last panelist is Mr. David Haynes. Mr. David Haynes is a project director and expert in Géant Association. The presentation is entitled NLM Cloud Support for Research in Europe.
Right, so I'm Dave Haynes, I'm Head of Cloud Services at Géant. I'm also the Project Director on OPCA, Open Clouds for Research Environments, on behalf of the European Commission. And then I also work on a number of EOS initiatives as well. So I often start with bias cloud services, and a lot of this is really obvious, but if we look forward, where everything becomes consumable, I'm already seeing a lot of institutes that I engage with on a weekly basis, that the academic enterprise is being consumed as a service, multi-tenant software as a service, and the only upgrade you've got to do is every now and then you need to download the new version of the app on your phone, data optimized app where a lot of the functionality lies, and that is how the academics, the students are engaging with student administration, with learning management systems. A lot of it is software as a service. So we're seeing more and more stuff becoming consumable. We're seeing less and less renewal of data center resources, more and more consumption of cloud, not only commercial cloud. Obviously there's community cloud, there's collaborative efforts amongst the NLMs, amongst the institutes in any country. So those resources are being shared, they're more sustainable, they're driving agility. The network is obviously fundamental, but what we are seeing is institutes starting to use software-defined wide area networking to prioritize bandwidth to the most strategic workloads. And that's really important for us to acknowledge that we do need to evolve, we do need to respond better to our constituents and their needs. So the European Commission promotes the digital economy for research. We want to know how the researchers are consuming commercial environments and where that helps us help them. The OCRA project, for example, looked at the commercialization of PhD, post-PhD enterprises that were consuming Copernicus data, adding value to the Copernicus data, and commercializing services for researchers based on Earth observation. The principle of consume not build where possible, where infrastructural platform as a service underpins the infra services. So even, for example, at Géant, we're developing a cloud-first strategy. We will continue to deliver our services, but they might not all be based on what is in our data centers. They may be consuming further virtualized infrastructure as a service. The sustainable EOS, so the EOS core, is going to be procurable. The EOS has its concept of horizontal services like compute and storage that would be used by all researchers. How do we deliver those possibly through commercial use as you need services? And then how do we help develop the startups and SMEs through some of the innovation hubs in Europe? Green Compute Europe, fewer data centers, less energy consumption. We have a cloud supplier on the OPCA framework that uses no renewable energy and can no longer commit to the pricing that they originally published and are quite likely to disappear completely. Another reason is the rate of innovation, which is accelerating in cloud, driven by competition. We need to keep up with the rate of innovation. The researchers are researchers based on technology, technologies based on research, and we need to move very quickly and in a very agile way try and support the consumption of these services. HPC supplementation. In OPCA, I evaluated about 150 proposals from researchers for funding, and every single one of the proposals was looking for hyperscale compute on demand, as well as a whole host of other services. So HPC supplementation, a lot of the universities are already shrinking their physical HPC centers and making hyperscale commercial hyperscale compute available to their researchers on demand. Fair data, we've heard a couple of people speaking about data that is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. There are a number of solutions being demonstrated by commercial providers where they use commercial data mining tools to help the researchers standardize their metadata. Because that's actually the biggest challenge with fair data, is how do the researchers within a certain science discipline standardize that metadata, being able to feed that through a sausage machine, spit out standard metadata that's kept online, but then keep the big data in cold storage to be brought online within 24, 48 hours. It's a very, very sustainable way of maintaining fair data. And then the EOS white label commercial services, which I'll get to. Right, so OPRA, the OPRA project, our mandate was to make the use of commercial cloud services as easy as possible for the institutes. So we built a framework across Europe, 40 countries, 37 cloud platforms represented. The market response to our tender was 1,100 bids. The result was 473 cloud contracts across 40 countries. A minimum of 9 countries, 9 platforms per country, maximum 17 in some of the bigger Western European countries like the UK, the Netherlands, Germany. Once we had contracted with these suppliers, we handed the contract management over to the Jean 4 project, where there's a contract management team who do this very efficiently and very effectively. We essentially serve 40 NREMs, 10,000 institutes. Currently, we have spent of €100 million through these framework contracts, and we expect that amount to grow by 120% year on year. So the consumption through these framework contracts is phenomenal. What we do is we provide a catalogue of cloud and digital services through the OPRA site, through the EOS site. So these are services that are catalogued as EOS services, and then obviously on the JAM site and the NREM sites. The call of contract is under local law, so your institutes can literally go to a single supplier of a platform services, and they can sign a single call of contract with them, which is actually managed under local law. We build in-country relationships with the research education markets. The contract management group provides access to call of agreements. We've got unprecedented aggregated pricing and global concessions. And what this means is that as a regional body of researchers and educators, we drove really, really hard pricing deals from some of the big hyperscalers and other European providers. But as a global community, we can do far better. And we already have really big hyperscale providers saying to us, you know, the concessions that we gave you for OPRA in Europe, you know, would be available through frameworks in other regions. How does JAM help the other regions engage with this kind of activity? We host a lot of supplier training. We report on local consumption trends, so every NREM in Europe it gets a dashboard of what the current consumption rate in their country is every quarter, which is very useful to the CEOs because they understand what's driving the relevance of the NREM. We believe no institute should ever run their own tender for cloud services in Europe because public tenders are very expensive, they're very time consuming, and they're never going to get a better deal that is supported by the community than you put through them. OPRA is a consortium of SHAONT. CERN is a big consortium partner on OPRA. As I said, we did also have an observation focus. But go onto the OPRA website and have a look at what we've done. I had about €10 million worth of adoption funding to spend. As I said, I looked at about 150 proposals from researchers. These are a few of the awarded projects. But you can see across all science disciplines, the humanities, the economics, people are asking for these services. Sometimes it's compute and storage, but sometimes it is really specific platform-based machine learning, support machine learning, specific algorithms in support of artificial augmented intelligence. They look for specific services from specific suppliers. So we've seen some really, really interesting proposals from the researchers. And this is a way of engaging with the research community and really understanding what their needs are. The European Open Science Cloud, in terms of service distribution, how does the work that we've done in Oxford with the commercial suppliers affect the EOS? We have about 5 million euros to spend in the commercial task on EOS Future. And we are looking, we've just opened a call whereby a NREN, an ERIC, an SVF, it's a commercial not-for-profit entity that we can procure cloud vouchers on behalf of. One of the e-infrastructures, OpenAir, EGI, can collaborate with a commercial supplier in their country, and they can white label or find a way, innovate a way, of distributing commercial services through the EOS, free at the point of use. And we're really looking forward to seeing what these proposals look like, because it will describe the future of the way services are distributed into this community. So that's really interesting. What we're also looking for from this first report is for the suppliers and the research infrastructures to help us understand beyond the adoption funding how these services can continue to be funded. So we're looking to demonstrate mechanisms, and it's all through collaboration. If you go to the marketplace in the EOS portal, you'll see the cloud services that are available to these infrastructures in their countries. We have a mechanism by which Jean, as a central purchasing body, procures a voucher for 400,000 euro from the supplier in Spain for the e-infra in Spain, and they then go and collaborate. The services have to be registered on the EOS under the EOS rules of participation, so they have to be distributed in a very ethical way. Okay, last slide, and I'll get you to coffee as quickly as possible. How can the NRENs help the community in the consumption of cloud services? Compliance, and we'll talk a little bit, there's a 45-minute cloud workshop tomorrow. I want to talk about market engagement, I want to talk about the tenders, the contract documents, sharing those documents, working with Sharon Procurement on what this looks like for other regions. I want to talk about the opportunity for GREN driving global T's and C's for the R&D community, global concessions. I'm going to talk a little bit about data security, data sovereignty, national sovereignty, but that's a role that the NREN has to play within the community, in the country, is that they can help support all of that. The networks, all of the opera providers have got a peering point of presence with the JAR network, possibly through one of the NRENs in Europe. The peering is there. We do data routing analysis. We make sure that there's no latency on the networks when consuming from these providers. We negotiated massive data ingress and egress waivers so that the institutes are not paying for data traffic on the cloud providers' own networks. All of the solutions support SAML 2 IDC protocol. All of the suppliers were invited to onboard for free onto EduGain, onto the federations. All of the suppliers have their own security operations centers, and the opportunity for threat surveillance and response on these commercial platforms is amazing. Community support, again, as I said, training, webinar, procurement frameworks, best pricing, and contract management. So what I'd like to do tomorrow is actually have a little bit of an open mind and understand from this region what you see the challenges to these big commercial frameworks would be. You know, are there national procurement rules and regulations that you wouldn't be able to meet? What kind of issues do you have? So I'll talk briefly tomorrow, but then I really would like an interactive session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to the questions, if any. Thank you very much, Mr. David. Any questions? تفضل.
First, a simple question. This one for the cloud, for the cloud and for the virtualization and HPC management. Are you using open source software or commercial software?
Sorry, for the management of what?
For the management of the cloud and the HPC community. Yes, I think the question goes to me. Yes, exactly. So you can answer it. So it's different installations, yeah? So the clouds that are available in the region, they have different types of installations. So the Greek cloud is the open source that we have developed years ago. HPC, generally, you don't have really some kind of special software on top of that. Whatever is running on top. So this is not, for HPC, it's not relevant. For the clouds, more so. But generally, all this should be somehow interoperable once it's inside the cloud. But there are different solutions. Mainly open source. Like open.
My second question is for William and David concerning according to the presentation of the Professor Aswell, we don't need to as elements. We have Amazon, we have Google, and providing such services. I don't get visual.
No, so actually Google, Amazon, Orange, Microsoft are available platforms in all of the 40 countries in Europe through the framework. What the framework does is it has guaranteed pricing, it has guaranteed connectivity, it has guaranteed daily ingress and egress waivers, it has the lowest possible pricing an institute can get. Plus, it offers the institute a pool of contract. So an institute doesn't have to tender for all of the resellers of any one of those platforms in their country. There is a single reseller. And the benefit to that is that these platforms, like Google, for example, will invest heavily in their reseller that has won a contract for the research and education community in a country. So it really, it's a targeted, it becomes a targeted procurement and a targeted consumption round with a lot of support. There's a lot of free professional services. There are a lot of reasons to engage with those companies through the framework.
So if I can just add, so there are different models. So what OCR is doing is it's acting as a broker. So more universities or countries or NRMs which are articulating the universities, they come together and they get a better deal. And it also facilitates different aspects that he was mentioning, negotiation, tenders, and so on. So this is one way, I would say. And then the other way, which I think is, I have discussed also in my presentation, is the community clouds, where I see a very big added value in developing your own platform and solution, to be able to support your researchers, because then that's also the way to enhance research service performance and NRM, and to be stronger and to grow, and to retain also technical people and so on. But these are not mutually exclusive models. The combinations of these can work. So in GeoNet also we are going to procure a little bit via OCR, but we're also going to run our platform. So it's not mutually exclusive, depending on just the philosophy we want to go.
you think that having a cloud will help us improve the research activities and our rankings in the universities? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sausan. I believe that the cloud will promote collaboration among researchers and countries and make research activities more visible. I believe this is sufficient.
Thank you very much. We are about, in Tunisia, we are about implementing a cloud for research activities, and we are a member in the GIANT Association project. So do you think that our cloud will be beneficial as an entity in our data center in order to access to the GIANT network? Thank you.
Yes, so we've spoken about community cloud and the aim is to offer infrastructure as a service, and the infrastructure service is often key to the peering points, and so absolutely it will be very useful. As I'll talk a little bit about tomorrow, but it kind of depends on the workload. So in the Azure data center, they've hosted many different workloads over the past 5 years or whatever. And it's how those workloads, the best place for those workloads to be. But certainly there are a lot of workloads where the best place for them to be is in community cloud.
I think that is obvious.
I would like to thank the GIANT team for the presentation. I really worked very carefully to understand every single word you're saying about the GIANT. It's very interesting. So, in the last slide, there were like 4 sentences. 2 I remember, which is you mentioned the best pricing, and you mentioned Moroccan frameworks. So I will start with the best pricing, and I would ask, taking into consideration that Marwan is an academic in Morocco. So I assume that students represent a major part of the community you're addressing. So how does student, in your case, get like on demand, it seems, access to resources offered by GIANT? And the second question, maybe I'm anticipating this, you said we could talk about it more, but I would just ask. When you say procurement frameworks, and it's commercial, you mean the assuring the flows of funding to GIANT, or that GIANT should regain the capacity to generate funding and then generate income?
So, let me answer the last one. So the way the framework works is that every NWEN in Europe, or every country in Europe, has a framework contract for each of the cloud suppliers. And an institute, so a university or a research institute, as a member of the NWEN, can actually use that framework and call off directly for cloud services. So if you say how an individual researcher or student or academic access those services, that would probably still be done through central IT, because central IT and the university procurement team would actually be buying the services. And all they're essentially doing is they are further virtualizing their own data center. So whatever services are made available to students, it becomes transparent to them that they're actually on Azure or AWS or Google or Orange or whatever it is. So it becomes transparent to them. So as an aggregated community, if one institute goes to a Microsoft supplier and wants to buy cloud services, they're going to pay the list price for that. If 10,000 institutes go to Microsoft, to buy, which is essentially what the framework is. It's a procurement in itself. Then you're going to be able to negotiate huge concessions, both from Microsoft, from the reseller, in terms of professional services, managed services. There's so much more that you can bring to your community through the commercial provider. So I don't know if that answers.
Yes, actually it does. I would like to know if there are any under development services other than the two services that you have mentioned during your presentation.
Yeah, so actually what I should have mentioned in my presentation, and I actually put a great big red star on it, but I missed it, was the Opera framework procured not only infrastructure as a service, but it's IaaS plus. So it's infrastructure as a service plus platform services and software services as they relate to the IP of the platform provider. So for example, if you go onto the AWS Marketplace, many of those services that you see on the AWS Marketplace, and that includes services that allow you to manage your own hybrid cloud environment. What your cloud data center technicians are going to be working in a multi-cloud environment. You're going to be optimizing your use. You're going to be making sure that you only pay for what you consume. There are products on that marketplace that you can procure through the Opera framework to help you do that. So it goes a lot further. In terms of the researcher, there are a lot of platform services and software services that facilitate machine learning. There's no research that takes place without a process teaching itself what the norm is and what the outliers are. And there are platform services that support the researcher. And there are kinds of services that the researchers can engage potentially through an app on their phone. They no longer need shadow IT to come and set stuff up for them, configure stuff for them, and help them use these services. So those kinds of platform and software services are also available, and a lot of them are very specific and very bespoke, but they are available through the framework.
Is there any other questions? It's okay. So I would like to thank Mr. Hisham Butrashah, Mr. Shaher Sioud, Mr. Raed El-Soubi, Mr. Ognia Breniat, and Mr. David Hayes. Thank you very much. تفضل الكوفي بريك.
Also speaker, so I will present myself. I'm Yahya Tayalati from University Mohammed V in Rabat, but I'm also affiliated to University Mohammed VI Polytechnic in Beirut. I would like first to thank the organizer for giving me this, for their kind invitation and giving me this opportunity to present some of our activities, and especially Asren and my colleague Dr. Marrouch Radwan, so thanks a lot. My presentation is entitled Clouds for High Energy Physics. I will more focus on what we do with the cloud in high energy physics, and it's impossible to present all Moroccan activity in this field, so I will also focus on what's going in Rabat. So this is the outline of my presentation. Please forgive me, I will bother you a bit with some physics in order to see what's going on. I mean, Morocco is very visible in international collaborations. So I will present some results in Atlas. It's high energy physics with the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, and also present some contribution in high energy physics, but this time with astroparticles, here also with two big international collaboration with Submarine Neutrino Telescope, Antares and KTNet. You will hear more tomorrow with my colleague Guerri on neutrino and involvement in Hyperkey in Japan. All this is to highlight the fact that the involvement of Morocco in data analysis work perfectly fine. Also, involvement of Morocco in the technological aspect work also, we are very visible, which is really great. I will present later on the Atlas Cloud model, and I say it from now, this is one of the weakest points of Morocco. We are not at all visible in this side, even though there are great jobs done in Morocco, especially by CNRST and recently also by the University of 6 in Benghazi. And I explain later on why. So before to conclude, I will present the African Supercomputer Center and take profit from this opportunity to require help both of Géant and Asren to hire the bandwidth in order to help Morocco to achieve his goal with the computing aspect. So it's really all what I will present is a result of collective effort. So thanks to all our international collaborators. Here is our group in Rabat. On top you have our personal power involved in collider physics, Atlas collaborations. In fact, Hassan Hindawi was leading the what we call ion physics. He has left now to a new position in US. We have Hassan leading and coordinating the search for dark photon, because we try at the LHC to explain why we have this dark matter. You heard certainly about it. So she is based in Geneva. Malak also, she works on Atlas. On bottom you have we have our person power working on astroparticle side. Jihad has defended his PhD a couple of months ago, and he is coordinating all hardware activity in Morocco. Miriam in co-supervision in Paris, she worked on supernovae, and Ahmed Dimawi search for exotic particle in Adam. Why I am highlighting this, maybe Erdogan Marouche is not aware of it, but all these students, they managed to do their PhD student thanks to the Marwan network, because we use the network to get data from CERN, get data from the international collaboration. And all this achievement will not happen without Marwan, so thanks a lot to Redwan and CNRST support. In fact, Morocco has joined the Atlas collaboration since many years ago. It started in 1996. Huge collaboration which studied the collision of proton. I will not go in deep details, of course, but there are many open questions in physics. It's shame to say that even though all this development, this scientific development, we only understand 5% of the matter of the universe. So 95% is complete mystery, and one of the mission of Atlas is to bring answers to such big questions. So this is one of our recent achievements with Atlas collaborations. It concerns the search, what we call the light by light scattering. So we managed to collide two photons. If you take two photons, if you take 12 beam lasers, you cannot collide them. You can play with lasers that you have at home, because it's extremely rare process. Morocco has contributed to the observation for the first time of this quantum effect, exploring what we call ultra-peripheral collision of heavy ion at the LHC, because you know LHC collide protons, but also collide heavy ions like lead. So you can see we have two lead ions. They miss each other. That's why we call it ultra-peripheral. But since they are charged, they behave like electromagnetic wave, and we obtain at the final state two scattered photons. So this is one of the major achievements, I will say, recently of Morocco in the collaboration. What makes it also important is the fact that these two photons could couple to any new particle beyond the standard model, because we search all the time in Atlas for new physics, and this could provide clean way to search for new physics. So this is the result, and I will not go in deep details. I mean, if you look at what we call the invariant mass of the two photons, Atlas has registered about 59 events, while we were expecting only 12 events from the background. We have two kinds of background coming from the contribution of gluon, and also background coming from the mystery construction of event. And this was interpreted as the first time 8 sigma. So this is the statistical significance of this major observation. This is how it looks like the event of light by light scattering. So you can look at it. So this is the two scattered photons, the final state. And this is the kind of data. It's an electronic image. And Atlas take like 400 million of image per second. We cannot store them, so we have a filter, we have triggers. We only manage to store something like 1,000 images of this kind per second. Morocco also has contributed to the search for candidate to dark matter. There are particles called axion-like particles. This, of course, we didn't discover the dark matter, but we managed to push the limit. One of the best limits here provided by Atlas in this range of energy, searching for dark matter as axion-like particle. So there are many studies. We have Hesna, who is she is now at CERN. She is leading the search for dark photons in this Z Higgs decay, where Higgs decay in one normal photon and dark photon. Of course, we didn't manage to find the dark photon, but we set again a limit on this particle. So you can see from here that Morocco is very visible in data analysis and physics. And we are coordinating some analysis. We are really co-authors of many important publications of this collaboration. For astroparticle side, Morocco has been with many universities part of what we call Antares telescope. It's submarine neutrino telescope. Installed, it has operated from 2008 to 2022 in the base, Mediterranean base, close to Marseille. This is lines, each one like Eiffel Tower. equipped with what we call photomultiplicator sensors. You will see details with my colleague Will tomorrow. We miss the construction, but we were very active in data analysis. Morocco has taken all the responsibility in these projects for the search of exotic physics. By exotic physics, I mean, I will skip, this is just a photo of lines. You can imagine the technological challenges behind this project. So we have a guy who was leading the search of magnetic monopoles. What is magnetic monopoles? You know, the electrons is the particle which is in charge of electrostatic effect. So the Iraq supposed the existence of equivalent candidate which is in charge of magnetic effect. So we were reading the search of these magnetic monopoles. So here the signal, this is the number of heated, you remember these sensors, when you have magnetic monopoles, you will detect light on these sensors. So you can see it's easy to, this is the signal of monopoles compared to signal from background due to cosmic muons. With special kind, we can easily isolate this particle if they exist. So here also Morocco was leading this study, and we managed to provide here in green and red. We didn't detect again the monopoles, but we provided the best limits on this particle. And the limits obtained thanks to Morocco and the collaboration are really competitive, especially to our let's say scientific enemy, IceCube. They use similar technique but in ice with more lines. So you can see we provide more best limits. Okay, we have also in collaboration with a nice guy from Mujda, we search for what we call nuclear lines. To make it simple, the atoms contain protons and neutrons, but there are hypotheses that say that they could also contain strange quark. That's what nuclear lines, it's matter which contains quark. So this is the signal that we should see if we have this particle in the universe. Unfortunately, we didn't get any kind of this particle, but again, you can see in red, we have provided the best limit on this particle now in the world, and we are far away from the limits that exist up to now. Okay, let's move now to, in physics we are good. In technological aspect also we are good, because Atlas planned to move the detection from 3D, because the image I showed before, it's 3D image. You have info about X, Y, Z position, but Atlas want to upgrade to measure also time. So we want to move from 3D, 4D. For this, we need a device. We will construct what we call high granularity timing detection based on what we call low range avalanche sensors. It's ultra fast. It's about 30 picoseconds. So imagine how advanced it's this technology. I personally played a major role in order to involve Morocco in the construction of this too sophisticated device. After 1 year of lobbying, the collaboration CERN was convinced also of the quality of all Moroccan researchers. Morocco has been chosen, I don't know if you heard about Masir in Rabat. It has been chosen as site for the construction of 60% of this device. Another important project is submarine neutrino telescope called KM3net for kilometer cube network. This is the collaboration. Morocco is represented here by 3 universities. Rabat, Oujda, and Marrakech. Same technique like Antares before, but with more lines. We plan to have more than 600 lines. So it's a big project, and I will skip this one. And we managed to convince the collaboration to set up a lab and a line for construction of these sensors in Morocco. So this is a photo from our lab in Rabat, and this is really the key for the telescope. It's called digital optical modules, completely integrated by our student, PhD student in Rabat, which include assembly, test, mechanic test, optic, electronics. So there are a lot of nice physics and a lot of multidisciplinary aspects in this challenge. Another contribution, important one, is of my colleague in Oujda. For the same telescope, because we have a lot of optical fiber and electric cables, my colleague in Oujda they construct what we call the optoelectronic router for the telescope. So up to now, I hope you get the message. We are good in physics. We are also started to gain the international collaboration has some confidence in Morocco from technological point of view. But our data, I mean, we have two types of data in Atlas. Real data from the collision. I mentioned we have 40 million per second collision and image. We filter to get like 1,000 events, 1,000 image. So this is the chain we trigger, we have filtering, we reconstruct, and later on users can explore this data to search for new particle and do nice physics. And of course, we need to compare with what we call the Monte Carlo. We need to simulate, and it's hard task because one event, imagine we have 400 million per second, and one event takes like 15 minutes in order to simulate one event for Atlas. So imagine the CPU time required in order to have like a Monte Carlo reference to compare with data. So the cloud is organized in 4 layers. In the center you can see what we call tier 0 is the CERN. So all data from LHC pass by the CERN hub, and CERN provide like 20% of computing facility for the LHC in total. And so it's the first copy of the data from the collider. After that, we have to make a copy in this green layer, which we call tier 1. We have about 13 now, 13 big, they are basically big center with a huge CPU facility and huge capacity for data storage. Connection between tier 0 and tier 1 is about 100, at least 100 gigabit per second. And we have tier 1, basically it's university and big center who have also some facilities to store data. In total we have 160 sites for tier 2. But you need at least again about 10 gigabit minimum in order to be recognized as tier 2 in the collaboration. And you have to sign an official MOU in order to get this level. It's pity, I hate this map. You can see from here that nothing happened in Africa and North Africa, except maybe this old dot we had in the past tier 2 in South Africa, but they are facing also a lot of problem with bandwidth, so it's not for the operation. You can get here an idea about how big is the cloud for LHC. So we have about 1.5 million of CPU cores. Storage, it's exabyte. Radwan know better than I do. It's not penta, it's flat scale of. And you can see the amount of data transferred between the sites, so it's huge. And again, I hate this dashboard, because when they present this, they say the grid doesn't slip exactly, but it do in Africa and in north of Africa, and Morocco included. So I hope with the help of Jean, Asren, we will change the situation. You can go to this dashboard, it's public, and you will see non-stop activity except in Africa, unfortunately. So doesn't mean we have nothing. We have, you heard a lot from Redwan, and we have a national effort, especially from this University Polytechnic in Ben. We have one of the advanced supercomputer center. So you see here its characteristic is 3 pentaflop. It's a huge amount of CPU, 8,000 terabytes for storage. But to me, even though it's advanced, it's a nice city, but without tools to commute with the city. So it's. I hope this situation will change. This is the role. One of the major roles, bien sûr, is of course is to stimulate research, and Morocco wants to play like a key role in Africa. But again, I insist, without correct bandwidth, at least 10 gigabytes, because we have 1 gigabit per second, we will never manage to do it. Forgive me if I took a lot of your time. So this data center in Ben Guerir is used now. Is everything is set up? Middleware for tier 2 is ready. For tier everything is okay. And the collaboration, Atlas collaboration, started to explore it. So we started to run some Monte Carlo jobs in this site. What you see here in red is what is missing due to this problem of bandwidth. So it's fully operational, and they are quite happy with it. You can see it's connected to the French cloud, because we are hoping to become tier 2 very soon. So we will connect to tier 1 in France, and it works fine except the bandwidth. Okay, maybe I will skip this, but we should really start to worry, because we are living in the 4th generation, and people start a lot to talk about quantum computing, which will really change the image of everything, detection, communications. So there are huge community now at the LSE working on that, including the computing aspect. You can see here big firms that are involved in. I arrived to my conclusion to say it again and again. Morocco is doing well with physics analysis, involvement in technological aspect, but still we have to do a lot in terms of computing. And one of the major things I require from Asren and Jean is please help us to upgrade the bandwidth at least to 10 gigabits. Thank you. I invite the speakers maybe to join me.
Bonsoir.
Barbouchi from Daily Apps Morocco. The presentation of Mr. Taha is MOOS, an open cloud computing platform for research and publications. I also invite Mr. Bissem, Mrs. Amira, if she's here, to join the Mohammed Al-Habal. So we are missing speakers for this last section. I think he is not connected. he recorded. Okay, we will have a remote. Okay, recorded. Sorry, yeah. So, Mr. Wissam, yeah. So the floor is yours, Mr. Taha.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I will present myself. My name is Taha Ibabushi. I'm an alumni from the National School of Applied Sciences in Marrakech, part of the Qadi University. So I'm very pleased and excited today to be in front of you. You can notice it on my face already. So, my presentation today is about a Moroccan native cloud solution that was actually inspired from two things, which are the Marwan network and the COVID-19. So, Muslim, first of all, was a post-graduation project, afterward endorsed by the Daily Apps company. And I really think that it's needless to ask the question, why cloud services? I believe that the previous presentations have answered this question in the best possible way. But I will talk about my personal experience as I have benefited from 5 years of prestigious academic training in IT systems in the National School of Applied Sciences. During the COVID-19 period, we had a shortage of resources. And Marwan was there, but we didn't have access to Marwan. So here came the idea. We just saw, more precisely, that we have felt that Marwan lacks two things to be perfect life, two cherries to be the perfect cake. So the first one is the free and seamless and on-demand access to resources offered by Marwan. And the second aspect is the possibility to collaborate between different parts of the community, especially students. And the first seed for Muslim was created back then. So the plan for this presentation is very simple and typical. So first of all, the problematic, why we even came with the idea of Muslim. The second one is why cloud computing. Maybe I will skip this part because I think that it became obvious either educationally, economically, on every single level in our lives. Then I will talk about the Muslim platform and its components, a brief demonstration, and of course if you have any questions and discussions. So Muslim is a proof of concept of what Marwan might possibly provide for students, for resources, and pretty much possibly for every single one that has a direct or indirect contact with the IT section. Okay, so the main issue was, as we call it, the traditional labs. So we had lack of resources, either compute, storage, or networking, and more recently, artificial intelligence tools to make use of the resources to create business logic and eventually to create value. Second of all, which occurred in the COVID-19 period, is difficulty accessing these resources. The third issue was difficulty of collaboration in bigger IT projects. And Muslim aspires that it would create an environment to pool different talents from across the country, simply to innovate. So the other issues with the traditional labs is to speak about numbers, that each institution in Morocco, for example, requires a set of hardware, switches, routers, cables, and computers. The hardware gets outdated pretty quickly, and some solutions are vendor specific. For example, routers. The equipment is not used during periods of time, again, in COVID-19. And there is high waste amount of money because we buy hardware and it's outdated pretty quickly in almost every institution across the country. So here comes Muslim. And the name Muslim is inspired from Arabic, al-Muslim, which simply means cloud. Muslim is built upon OpenStack, which is also needless to identify. It's an open source cloud software. And we use OpenStack almost as every other institution in the world to create our own cloud platform that might use Marwan as a backbone. So this is the part I will skip because it's evident that fast deployment of resources solves a lot of problems. Optimized use of resources, you can deploy on demand. You get access to resources that you traditionally don't have access to in institutions or at home, your office, or maybe as a student in your workspace. And there is also the possibility of scalability, as we have seen with Giant project, that you can almost offer new services each year. And there is, of course, a reduction of cost. OpenStack, as a project, is probably the biggest IT project in the world. And we have used it simply because it's open source, so that we can go from the beginning down the direction of open platforms, open science, open source, empowering, enabling talents across the country, maybe across the Arabic region itself. OpenStack has a very, very large community, so there will be no problem in terms of support, in terms of finding profiles and skills and competence to empower the project. And of course, there are big names that are using OpenStack, and we hope that we might join the big names. So, Muslim Academic Club, what would you expect from Muslim? First of all, as researchers or students, you can do virtual labs because Muslim provides pre-defined, pre-configured labs that you can access very easy on the platform, and you can educate yourself, you can do them yourself, you can even do personal projects in your personal workspace. We will see this in the demo. It's a good place for a startup, and I've seen this before. So, Marwan is a backbone, Muslim as the cloud service layer. Students may create like thousands of startups, and definitely one or two of these startups will make a fortune. And there is, importantly, the data sovereignty, that you make sure that data stays in Morocco, or in other cases stays in any other Arabic country, or maybe in any other European country. So you can use Muslim to perform labs. Institutions do not need hardware. They can use each other's resources because we create regions in using OpenStack, and it's a cross-domain technology that every single institution can use other institutions' resources, so there is no issue in using resources. Reservation of resources depends on availability in your counted consumption period, maximum 6 months per resource. So we have a very simple to use platform, a web interface where you log in with your university, your institution's credentials, and you reserve resources. That's it. You can teach new technologies. You can teach SD1s. You can teach advanced internet architectures, etc. You know, it's all in one unified portal on your web browser. So Muslim is free to access. It offers cooperation and innovation. It offers pooling of resources and data sovereignty, as we have seen before. So to explain how Muslim works and to put you in the image of concepts in Muslim. So we said that we would offer collaboration on projects across the country and maybe across the region. So we have the following profiles. So who can use Muslim? be either an admin, a global platform administrator. You can be a lead, which is often a professor in university, a manager in an institution, or you can be either a user, which is in our case was the student. In other cases, it can be the final user who's going to use the platform. So, what is the role of the lead? What is the role of the user? What is the role of the admin? It's defined by scopes that we have inspired from another project called G9. So, the project is managed by a lead, and it's a logical container of users in their slices. And we will see what is the slice. And a user may be a member of various projects. For example, each table in this room can have its own project. And each lead of a table can invite other members in other tables to join forces together and work on the same project. They can allocate resources inside their project as much as they need. And they can share results. They can share experiments. And to avoid monopoly on the platform, we have set like a maximum period of how much you can use the platform, the resources that you have reserved, which is 6 months. So a slice is the smaller concept of project, so a slice is contained within a project. So a slice is where resources can be reserved. It can be imagined as a personal workspace for each user. So I am a user, I can create my own slice, which is my own workspace, and I can reserve as much resources. VMs, containers, switches inside that slice, which makes part of the project as previously mentioned. And it ensures full isolation. For example, slices in the table number 1 can't reach even the closest slice in the same project, let alone the other project. So we ensure full isolation between slices. So how can you use Muzen in general? You can use it for research and development. You can teach future internet architectures. You can teach security, SDN. You can use it for education. For example, researchers, professors can create labs for their students. They can teach them cloud computing, IT, security system, etc. And on the individual level, which is the smallest particle in this environment, you can do many projects. You can do hands-on labs. You can do proof of concepts. So you have absolutely the most free, seamless access to cloud resources, where you can work from home, from class, from university. And it's really free. So one use case is, for example, a student who have an idea, and he says that I have a good idea, but I don't have the resources to test. The COVID-19 case. So eventually, him and other investors would eventually say that it will never work. Otherwise, he can use Muzen to prove to other people that this idea might actually work. So he tries it on Muzen, which shares all the infrastructure across the country, and he might even ask for help from other students, from other universities. And it appears somehow that the architecture worked very well. And he will try it for an additional number of months. So it becomes a very good idea. And the investors notice the value in the idea. And it might start to startup. So this cycle, this business logic that transforms a student idea to valuable economic value is the entire idea behind Muzen. So I will show you a brief demonstration about Muzen and how it works. So, okay, so this is Muzen in real life. So the platform is really very easy to use. You have all the projects that are currently created by leads. And here you specify the project that you belong to. And the name is provided by your professor, your manager, etc. And you create your slice. As we have mentioned, the slice is your personal workspace. I SDN. In the background, OpenStack is doing the job. He creates all that logic, etc. And we have the time limit that we have set. So you can extend it. And once you surpass the threshold, it demands an approval from admins. So once your slice is created, you are free to allocate resources as much as you need. So for the moment, Muslim provides VMs, containers, and volumes. In the future, we would like to offer all the services that are by default offered by OpenStack, of course, and also a catalog of services to be used by open science researchers, other researchers. So this demo shows how one small slices allocates resources. So here we have 3 nodes. So at Muslim we offer multiple options to access your VM. So either you can use your console, which is really nice. You can access your VM through your phone, through your tablet, through your laptop. We provide credentials that gives you access to the VM you created. You can use the SSH keys that we generate for you. We'll see this in a bit. For the other services provided by Muslim, which is the containers as a service, volumes as a service, storage as a service, it will appear in the catalog if the entity has enabled them to be appeared for its students or for the final users. So you have all the capabilities that are provided by public cloud providers. You can stop your VM, you can delete your VM, you can suspend it, you can add resources that already exist in your sources, you can create other networks, merge them in your platform. So here it's a traditional demo on how you can access your VM through SSH. The SSH keys are generated by OpenStack. We transmit them to the user, and we're using port forwarding in order to optimize the use of IP addresses. So, for example, 10 students can use one single IP address with different ports to access their VMs, and this way we can manage the shortage in IP addresses. The admin of the platform can upload as many images to be used by its users. He can also change the predefined sizes. For example, he can define a large size where there is 2 gigabytes in this, 2 gigabytes in this. He can even activate some governments, deactivate others. And here we have that we ensure access to our platform. So Muslim, to resume, aspires to empower talent pooling from across regions, to gather them in one place, to ignite them, let them explode, and eventually innovate. And this is on different levels, either in research, science, and economy, and also the most important aspect of it is the individual aspect, where we provide very easy access to resources to our students, and probably to any other people. Thank you so much. I appreciate your attention. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. Thanks.
I propose to leave the question at the end, and now I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Basim Amira. He is from the National University Center of Scientific and Technological Documentation in Tunisia. His presentation is entitled Openness in Actions, Knud's Experience. The floor is yours, Mr. Basim Amira.
to give me this opportunity to present our humble experience, So first, I would briefly present Knut. Knut is our principal mission is to provide scientific and technical information worldwide to the Tunisian scientific community, and we work to increase their accessibility and visibility to Tunisian scholar output. So we enhance also Tunisian scientific heritage by a new method, preservation method and conservation. We also give capacity building for our scientific communities related to STI. So we are open for collaboration. We have been solicited to participate in cooperation projects such as Campus STMAG, financed by the European Union, involving European and Maghrebian universities, including 3 universities from Tunisia. And the main objective of this project is to optimizing access to scientific and technical information in Maghreb universities. Also, we work closely with the Tunisian higher education institution and local research and librarian community in Tunisia. We also try to extend our collaboration with regional organizations like IUF and AFLI, and also we hope ASCA. So we are involved also in Leibniz initiative, and we are active in the working group of Leibniz working group. And we try also to take part of international event locally and regional initiative. So, open access. We Knut participate in open access awareness efforts locally. We have participated in the organization of event during Open Access Week, and we have also organized a series of studying days called JERA, and also we have co-organized 3 editions of international symposium on open access. The third one is held in Morocco, and this is an overview of open access status on Tunisia, and we have more than quarter of our Tunisian production freely available in open access way, and in the last 2 decades the open access is gaining ground. On average, in the last year, 2021, we have more than 40% of our production is openly available. So we have built also an open archive. In Tunisia we have 2 open archives. One of them is a national open access repository called Tunisian University Open Archive. It's a centralized repository, and it contains scientific content like dissertation thesis, and research article was print or reprint, and conference proceedings. So now we have some challenges to face, and our challenge in this point is not only to maintain this achievement, but also to push the different stakeholders to update their procedure to move towards adoption of the principle of open access and better exploit the digital repository. So the open access policy used in this open archive, it's we make a template to be approved by Tunisian University. Nowadays we have 3 universities that approve this policy. It's a mandate policy. It's a mandate to faculty to self-archiving his scholarly output on the Open Archive, Tunisian University Open Archive. So the challenge is to clearly adopt this policy at national level. This is a brief graph about resource submission used on our digital repository. I show you this workflow to give you that the open science can give more simplify this workflow. So if we can simplify this workflow by using new infrastructure like identity provider. So there are a lot of work to do to integrate and to offer more research and infrastructure in our national level to give more simplified workflow to scholar, to faculty. Okay, so we used also open license, but we may thinking to work also that the Tunisian legislation must be compliant with this type of license. Also, we give support to local editor, Tunisian local editor, scientific editor. So our project is to enhance more possibility for the Tunisian scientific journals, and we have now 8 open access journals. 5 of them is indexed in the Douaji, and we are proud that one of this journal has obtained the Douaji seal label. So it support editorial board to adopting publishing best practice, transparency and quality assurance, and to support them for adopting policy compliant with open access principles. So we have also technical support for them to implement her process, editorial process, by using open source, like OGS, and technical support and assistance for metadata. So we use for them open source. So for Open Archive, we used the Invenu framework. And recently in 2022, we joined the Invenu RTM community as a partner. We have contribution to the Invenu RTM workshop, like the one do at Open Repositories to 2022. We contribute for testing and reporting issue, and we also contribute to the Arabic translation of the framework. Like I said before, we use also open source framework OGS for journals. Okay. So what's next? Donc, so more. You must do more to offer more e-services and infrastructure to our end users in a collaboration way. So more collaboration to do. We are more open to have more science. That's the objective. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bassem Amira. So let's move to the last presentation. It's a recorded one from Mr. Mohammed Al-Habab, and it is entitled the IT Manager Syrian Virtual Universities. No, sorry, it's Sobel, the new SVU platform for open online Arabic content. It's in streaming.
Assalamu alaikum. Today we'll talk about support the new SVU platform for open online Arabic content. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Al-Habal. I work as an IT manager in Syrian Virtual University. Our presentation will begin with studying at SVU. We'll talk about SVU as a university, about activities and studying electronic systems, telecenters, training, and projects in SVU, and we will talk in details about SWOT. First, studying at SVU, we have many faculties. The first of one is the Faculty of Information Technology and Communication, which contains Information Technology Engineering, Bachelor in Information Technology, Master in Web Science and in Web Technology, Master in Bioinformatics, and PhD in IT. And we have the Faculty of Management Sciences, Bachelor in Management Science, Master in Quality, Master in Technology Management and in Business Administration, and PhD in Administration. And we have Faculty of Humanities, which contains Bachelor in Law, in Mass Communication, Educational Habilitation, Diploma, and Master in Integration of Technology in Education and International Humanitarian Law, and Master in Applied Linguistics. SVU have a certified virtual learning model. We rely on online sessions with a virtual classroom. We have e-content, of course, which can be form or PDF or videos, and we have the electronic books, of course, and references for students. We have electronic systems in SVU. First of all, we have the portal, our portal, which you can access to all the sub-systems like Student Information System, and we have e-payments. Most of our students pay by electronic methods, electronic banks. We have Moodle as an LMS, and we have virtual classroom. It's a web demo we use. It's an Indian, it's an old one, but it's okay, it's working for Syria because it depends on many low bandwidths. And we have our exam systems, and finally we have the email and the student service system, SVU IS. And we have our encyclopedia, which have all the electronic books of SVU and some of the research for the students. The centers in SVU, because it's a virtual university, we have an exam, telecenters, which you make the exams in these telecenters. In Syria, we have most of our cities and external telecenters in Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, UAE, Sudan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, Turkey. And outside Syria we have in Germany, Austria, Moscow, and in Holland. In the first of the year we'll have the centers in Holland. Training Intel centers, we have a lifelong learning center, and which make courses in IT and communication, business administration, project management, law, and media, human resources, and tourism. The role of SVU in supporting digital contents, we are supporting the Arabic contents by sharing or be a role. We make conferences about Arabic digital contents competition and digital content pioneers competition. All projects which are working in progress, the projects of initialing the infrastructure of CHER is the Syrian Network for Education and Scientific Research. The Ministry of Communication and Technology and Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research signed a contract to build CHER. First of all, now by connecting how we will use it, CHER will be between all the governmental universities. By connecting the main access points to a unified data network for the main clusters of the following universities in Damascus, Aleppo, Tish University in Latakia, Al-Baq University in Homs and Hama, Tartus, and SVU of course. This project is, we are working on it, and SVU have a main role in building CHER. The second level is to make a connection between CHER and ASU. The main project we will talk about today is SUBOL, digital platform of higher education. First of all, it depends on courses by certified teachers, included multi-style connect that can be enriched by owners' content, and it's with a free and open format for student format courses for students, and providing the opportunity for teachers to provide educational content according to his specialization, and for students to obtain classified courses with the ability to search and filter. SUBOL platform offers several important services in two languages. Of course, it's Arabic and English. Now we are working on the English version. The Arabic version is already done. It has the homepage, has the articles, most viewed tracks, best participating teachers, top-rated educational materials, and most viewed universities. Now all the contents is from SVU. We are working to make our other universities working on SUBOL and put its e-content on it. First of all, how can students discover SUBOL? Through this page, the student can know the list of main and subcategories on the platform. He can search for any category and review materials and track an article. We make the SUBOL as tracks. First of all, through this page, students can browse the tracks, the best tracks available with the platform, and search for a specific is interested in. As an educational material, through this page, the student can review the educational materials, sort by assessment and viewing, search for a course according to the course number, name, or university supervising the course. Here, the student can see the details of materials. Within the details of subjects, the subject can be shared, added to the favorites, started studying it, and displaying the topic that the student will learn. In addition to the classification of the subject, the supervising university, the number of views, and the general evaluation. Here can the student make rating for the materials, for the assessment, and can add his own assessment about the material and view the assessment of other students. As an example, here we have a computer skills course. It's with all its details. Here we have a video about course in mathematics. And here the student can test himself, make a self-assessment, can take a self-test at the end of each subject when all lessons are passed and set as finished. The test includes multiple answer or true-false questions. Here, as a test knowledge, also the student he can review all tests taken by him with a page called My Tests. Some articles are added to the platform. Through this articles page, students can review articles added by teachers or article added and approved by students. Encyclopedia, we have an SVU encyclopedia. The students can search and download a book, a research paper, graduation project, or an assistant reference for his scientific research and study. Of course, we have a mobile application for support. It's easier to students to start studying by this mobile application rather than the web. Here he can create an account using his Facebook account or create Launching Subol SVU is working to release the new version of Subol. Now we are working on new materials, including modern subjects, which can be useful for the majority of students. That was all for Subol. Thank you for listening and hope to see you soon.
Thank you. I think we have still some minutes to take some questions for the speakers.
I have a question for you. So thanks for the nice presentation. Actually, my question regarding the data rate for your detector. In your presentation, you have mentioned that you are able to collect or to generate 40 million images, while you can collect just 1K. How do you choose these 1K? If, for example, you choose just in the beginning or in the end, this means there's interaction happening and you are not capturing, right? So how do you collect the 1K over the 40
best, of course, will be to save everything.
Yes.
But we can't.
I understand.
We can't because even though, so you see, we filter like 1 kilo per second, and we use almost exabyte of the storage. So we have like some smart filters. We know how should look a Nobel Prize, if you want. I'm pretty sure we are missing many pertinent events, but we have developed. Thank you.
We have developed what we call triggers. So we have many triggers in fact. There are triggers on board, it's called L0 triggers. You see what's the deposited energy, how many jets, because we know in advance how should look pertinent event.
You already know the pattern.
Exactly, yeah. But the best should be, of course, to if we were able to store this 400 million, we have to do it, because for sure we are missing plenty of events, pertinent events.
Out of curiosity, so I'm wondering about the robot, the 1K that you are creating. What's that robot?
What's
that robot? The data robot. Megabytes per second. How many gigabytes per second?
I don't remember, but it's almost gigabyte per minute, not per second. Yeah. If I remember well, the rate is a huge one.
the obvious question. Where's the money from? How's that funded?
What's the business model?
This is what I actually asked Mr. It was the question about procurement frameworks. So the free access scope is for students mainly. So it's free access from a student's perspective, but it's not free access from a university perspective, because it means logically that the university would pay to grant the service for students. But what makes Muslim special is that you as a student, you really don't mind yourself what's going in the background. Yet you have this easy, seamless, on-demand access to resources. So it is free access for students, it's not free access for university. But where would the money come from? I can answer that. Our CEO might be able to answer it. You can ask me technical questions about the platform, but where does the money come from? I don't know that answer.
Another question?
Sorry, it's actually the same question, but so is it actually hosted on premise at the university?
It's hybrid actually.
Okay.
So
it is scalable.
Yeah.
And also you said that you were able to track and monitor that they've been monopolized the services.
Yes.
So when somebody's consuming a certain amount, you just shut them down.
Yes.
Okay.
So what we do basically is that we use what is already pre-installed on OpenStack, in addition to some some original logic implemented using code to detect events, and using alarms on OpenStack to trigger the action of this event. So what we do basically is that we send an email and an alarm that you have surpassed the limit, and that your resources will be destroyed in 24 seconds unless you take any actions. If you don't take any actions, the resources are terminated.
I have a question to Taha. Thank you for your presentation. OpenStack is based on component bricks. There is a component responsible for creation of VMs, Nova Compute. There is component of networking controller. My question is, do you install all these components at the university, or there is some components that must be installed at your data center in your company?
So this is actually a good question, and it kind of describes the business model that Data Apps offers for any institution who has interest in Muslim. So we host Muslim in our database, in our data center. And either the university provides the resources, or it is on a national scale that, for example, CNSA would provide the resources for the benefit of all the universities, or each university can use its own resources in addition to other scattered resources across the country. And we pull all these resources in one platform, which is OpenStack and the Muslim platform. So what we do in our data center is we create domains using clusters, either Kubernetes or any other. So this is some technical details. So we create domains for each university, and we map users based on their educational email. For example, I have time at uka.com or .ma. I will be mapped to the domain inside our database, and all the resources that are connected to this university are shown. The resources might be hosted in Marrakech in the Qadi Iyad, or can be part of like half of them in Qadi Iyad and other half somewhere else. But logically speaking, on a visualized level, we all belong to Qadi Iyad in a new Access Muslim platform. Unless, if you don't have the uk.email domain in your email, you won't be able to access these resources. And if you do reserve any resources at any place, we logically map them to you and to your university, regardless of where the data is hosted or the resources are located. So this logic we take care of it in our hosted servers where Muslim is hosted. And for more business logic details, you can head to our CEO, CCO. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, I have a question. It's not a question actually, but question and probably so I congratulate you Taha for this great work and deserve the support and that was بس we look forward to the collaboration with our problem what did you do and where you are for now. I really pleased to see good presentation and to see how which I confident. We have had such a good commission that we talk about it's too much. And they ask us what to do. In the ground, is there anything that I spend? So to make my life easy. What your presentation? This is one. The second thing is we focus on more focus. Very good. But I'm interested to know if there are any other cooperation with other countries, at least in North Africa or in the region in general. Or we are aware of some activities similar in terms of cooperation. I'm not asking about what is there exactly in this country because it's their responsibility. What collaboration is for experiments or practices? What is the avenue? Thank you.
Yeah, I should say there are few, not many, as maybe you can guess. So, for example, for astroparticle side, we did some effort in order to bring some other African country in the project. This was the case of Algeria. Algeria is in Greenet collaborations, and we helped them also to get involved in Atlas as observer. We have also experienced, there are Emirates. They joined recently Atlas as cluster. They are doing well. And I think that's all. Maybe this is, there are some collaborations. We have organized in April the first high energy and collider physics. It was co-organized with South Africa. And there were, like, if I remember well, like 16 countries represented in the high energy physics. Many from Egypt. Egypt are in CMS. It's another collaboration. But I can say that in Africa, for high energy physics, you have a lot of things done in South Africa, Morocco, Egypt. So this, and now maybe a little bit with Emirates and with Rwanda also. So this country should play a major role in order to play like a locomotive for the other country.
Yeah, this no, my second question on how we can extend this cooperation, or we can, how we can support both of us work together to extend the cooperation. Because I'm interested in having pan-Arabic cooperation with the rest of the world. Because I think in my presentation I was talking about science cooperation, Arab science dialogue. So this is something that we need to get the message. All the that you can find the role
volontaire.
Thank you. Yeah, just I would like to add what our colleague mentioned. I mean, in Rawa there are two groups. What we have seen listed, PhD students very well doing another group who are needed, who are also doing very exciting work presented in Morocco and leading very interesting analysis. And just to add, also in South Africa we have two main groups, and we are working to include Benin in high energy physics. So just really there is a very exciting dynamic in Africa, mostly for high energy physics and for neutrino, and where I find our colleague has presented very well all the work that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question or comment? Please.
Thanks. My question to Basil regarding video platform. What is the major differences in video other than other open platform that you based on to select this platform?
So Infinity is an open access framework. So for the legacy version, there are many tools offered by this framework. These tools to wireless systems, integrated library system, and also it's flexible to be compliant with our needs, especially to create a collection by type of documents and to manage user access. So it's nowadays all the framework are rebuilt and with new technologies, and there are especially two models separated that are going to work with integrated as a new versions. We are in the now last week there is the release for the version 10, and for NVIDIA RDM, for the module NVIDIA RDM, it's used in Europe for project for European Union, for open air, and we work forward to collaborate with him to that all the modules and tools offer for with the new RDM can also with the new version complement with our needs also. So, this is why we choose this framework.
Okay, thank you. I think everyone is tired and we have to close this session. So please join me to thank again all the speakers for this nice presentation. So the session is closed. Maybe if Simon Roche will do announce something.
Yes. This tomorrow we start at 8 So we start at 8:30 because the tomorrow is very busy. So persons can go to the panel. So we start at 8:30 sharp, please. Thank you very much.